Good morning, good day, and good evening. How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? First one in today, none other than Jin. And not even like a second later, we also have Major Gob in here. Hope you're doing well, guys. We also have Pirogi, and we got Vin in here. Niket as well as Onosa. Hope you're all doing well, people. Hope you had a good weekend. Today is Monday. It is yet another week.
Spectacular one is forcing you to
we also
stand
got
up
Spec
for
in
10
here.
minutes.
Let's start it off. Let's start it off standing. Let's do it. I have actually been mad productive this weekend. I actually feel pretty good about myself. I'm gonna be honest, I actually do. Sorry, can't help it, no worries, man. It's all good, it's all good. Like, the reason I have this is because I'm too bad at forcing myself to stand up, but arguably as someone who works in front of a PC all day, it's probably good if I stand up every now and then. So, you know, if anything, you're just looking out for my health. What's up, Coding Gree? Welcome in as well. Yeah, I was pretty productive this weekend. I actually finally stopped procrastinating and started off editing my first devlog again. Like, I had maybe like half of it fully cut and edited in terms of like the actual development footage. But now, this weekend, I almost finished editing the entire thing. I recorded all of like the narration and voiceovers and everything. I would say that the video is like 90% done right now, and I'm feeling really good about it. Because it's been a long time coming. I have been postponing the release of this devlog for ages. To be clear, for anyone who doesn't know, this is not even about Shroud of Gloom. I had all of the development recorded from my first game I ever did, and that has just been sitting for almost like 2 years or something. Now that's an exaggeration, but at least like it must be at least like 1.5 years or something that I've been thinking about making this video, and I just haven't gotten around to it. So yeah, that feels really good. Like, the only things I really have to do is add a little bit more of like background music and stuff. Decide on a thumbnail, and we are pretty much good to go. However, there is one more thing that we need to sort out before I can release this video, and that is to actually have the game fully finished. I want to be clear, the game itself is finished, but I haven't actually made like the builds to put on Steam, and I do need to switch out some music, because I think all the game mechanics and stuff is finished, but I do think I have quite a bit of placeholder music in there. So I think that might be what we're gonna sort out today, like do those just final touches on my first ever game. Me too, that's why I bought a non-liftable table, smart man. Devlogs rock, indeed. I'm quite hyped actually, looking forward, thank you, man. So for anyone who hasn't, make sure to go and subscribe to my main channel on YouTube. I'm hoping to get this video out probably tomorrow or Wednesday or something, someday this week at least. So please make sure to subscribe to the channel. I am actually a little bit nervous here. I think this, I don't know, unconsciously this might be one of the reasons why I've kept postponing this video. Because this is me entering a new niche on YouTube. So, if you didn't know, like the first content I ever had that kind of popped off a little bit, or whatever you want to call it, was actually like language learning content and stuff. Because, as you might know, I'm a huge language nerd. And I've made quite a few videos in that sort of niche on YouTube. But this is the first like proper game dev video that I put out on YouTube, so I'm a little bit, it's gonna be interesting to see how well it performs. I'm a little bit scared just because I think my current audience on YouTube might accidentally actually hurt this video, because if most of my subscribers are interested in languages, and if they're not interested in this video, that might hurt the viewer retention, you know? So we'll see. I might have to do, I think I might do one of those things so I just like don't notify subscribers of it. But yeah, with that being said, that means that for you guys who are interested in game development, I need your help. I actually need your assistance. So when this video comes out, I would very much appreciate if you actually did, you know, give it a chance. Maybe leave that like and a comment, get some engagement on the video. It would mean a lot to me. So what is your first ever game? Shroud, I'm confused. Yeah, so Shroud of Gloom is my first like commercial product. Whatever, it's my first proper game, you could say. But it's not the first game I ever made. So basically what this devlog will be, that I'm posting on YouTube, is like the full story of how I made my first game from start to finish, basically. Force my hand and then subscribe, let's go. Thank you guys, I appreciate it. I have no idea why I show up as watching without audio. I guess I can hear you through telepathy. I think you can manually put that on. Right next to the chat thing or something, I think you have one of those like how you want to be displayed in the chat. I think even if you're not watching without audio, I think you can manually add that one. So maybe you've accidentally done it, potentially. Your lip reading, I guess, yeah. What do you mean? The first thing that really popped off your channel was Dark Souls in 240p? That's also true, in terms of Twitch, but not on YouTube, because I barely posted any of that to YouTube. But that was... I mean, to be fair, I did get a few views when I was doing just the digital art and stuff, like 10 years ago as well. But on YouTube, I remember like back in the days, I did these like, you know, those like streaming highlights videos. I did a few of those, but... though I think they were kind of low effort and never really got any traction. But when I like started doing my language content, that's like the first time that, like, I think the first language video I posted, I think has like, I think it has almost like 150,000 views or something on YouTube. It's kind of mad. The other ones never did as good, to be fair. But yeah, most of my audience on YouTube is definitely in regards to like language learning. Think your old audience would just ignore it at worst? Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. I want to be very clear, like, if someone is not interested in this video from like my old audience or whatever, I don't mind whatsoever. That's completely fine. As you said, if they just ignore it, that's all cool. The worst thing that can happen is that someone, like an old subscriber of mine, sees the video and decides to just see what it's about, realize it's like not languages, and then goes, yeah, fuck this. And now that is hurting my viewer retention, right? Because from YouTube's point of view, this is someone, okay, they were gonna watch the video, they watched like 5 seconds and then went away. That means the video is bad, so we're not gonna push it. Do you know what I mean? So like, if they just fully ignore the video, that's perfect. I don't mind it. Of course, if they watch it and enjoy it, that would be the best thing, but yeah. YouTube subscribed, thank you Coding, appreciate ya. This like negative comment, streamer took 2 years to post this, yeah, that would actually be kind of fair, because it's fucking true, man, it's so bad. I have been like stressing about putting this fucking video out for ages, and it's actually kind of been hurting me a little bit, because this is the reason why I haven't done any like Shroud of Gloom content on YouTube. Because I'm also too, I don't know, like, I'm too obsessed about things being in chronological order. So I can't post a video that's newer and then post one that's older, do you know what I mean? So I haven't been able to make other YouTube content just because I haven't finished this video. What's up, Wakacha, how you doing? Just make a trap little how to learn the language of scary game, yeah. I mean, to be fair though, that's probably what I should have done. Like, if I want to get the most out of this as possible, what I really should have done is actually to make a video that's like in between language learning and game development. Because that would have meant that maybe some of my old audience would have liked it, and the like game dev audience would have liked it as well. So maybe doing like, maybe my first game should have been like a language learning game. To be fair, it is still arguably a bit related, because my first game is actually inspired by like Portuguese culture. And for anyone who doesn't know, most of my content on my main channel is actually just about Portuguese, like how similar is Galician to Portuguese. Conversation with myself in Portuguese. Portuguese tongue twisters. Like Portuguese was my main language, or whatever you want to call it. So there is at least a little bit of a red thread. Do you say that in English? I don't know if that's an expression. We say it in Swedish. Like there is something that's similar or whatever. Road like Duolingo? Yeah, exactly. Viewbotting? Yeah, sure. No, I think it was actually Reddit. I know I shared my first video on Reddit and I ended up getting like, I think I got like 2,000 views or something in the first day, and I actually think that was what started like pushing it off. Yeah, trying to get those Brazilian views. That's the funniest part, because I learned European Portuguese. I speak the Portuguese of Portugal, but obviously, like on the internet, Brazilians are much more represented in general. Just there's so many Brazilians. So I think on my main channel, Brazil has actually been a bigger audience than Portugal, which is kind of funny, even though I'm not learning their like accent. Anyone know what this means? The reference script unknown on this behavior is missing. That means you've deleted a class or a script somewhere that used to be on a game object. I think that's when I usually see that one. So maybe you had like...
Oi oi, what's good?
What's up, Spec? Napatrist as well, thank you for the follow, I appreciate ya. Yeah, usually it... yeah, I think you can still play the game and everything, it should be fine. But somewhere in your game you probably have a game object that has just like a... It's basically like a null reference to a class, but instead of it being just like one property or variable or whatever, it's the entire class thing. But it's usually fine. I don't know if there's a good way you can like easily search for that object. That I'm not sure about. But like I said, it's not an error, right? I think it's a warning, so... Because I know when I started refactoring Shroud of Gloom, I had like 200 of those, and I could still play the game and everything. You can't please everyone, that is true, and I'm not... Look, that's the thing, I'm not expecting that I'm supposed to like please everyone. I'm definitely not expecting that the majority of the like language learning community is going to enjoy this video, because I understand that people have different interests, right? But it would just be unfortunate if it ends up like hurting the performance of the video or whatever. And of course, this is when you would argue that like, why would you not just make a new YouTube channel? Why wouldn't I make like a chirpy dev channel or whatever? Which is an absolute fair point. For most people, I think that is always like the best strategy you can go for. I think the issue for me is that I have spoken about this before, but I think I am a very...
for the Daily Wordle.
Let's do it. I think I am a very... like... chaotic person in general. Like, I have a lot of different interests and stuff, and I don't want to... With like my main channel on YouTube, I don't really want to dig myself too far into one niche. Because the way I see it is that if I make a YouTube channel for everything I want to make a video about, I'm gonna end up having like 18 dead channels. And that's when I go, I think it's better to have one variety channel that's somewhat consistent, rather than having like all of these different channels that I never post to. But for most people in general, it is better to just stick to one niche and for one YouTube channel. That is absolutely fair. What's up, Genesis? Welcome back, man. Hope you're doing good. Looking forward to the devlog. Thank you, man. I appreciate ya. K4B, welcome in as well. Did you use C++? No. For all of my games, I've used C#, since I make them in Unity. I've never used C++. I've seen a little bit of it, but yeah. Do you use C++? Hey, Svejsan. What's up, Castle? How you doing? Welcome in. Nice to have ya. Good morning. Just he's a sharp lad, exactly. There you go, there you go. Just change to Unreal and the error goes away. That's funny. Then you would have to use C++, right? Or well, you wouldn't need to, because you have the blueprints as well. As far as I know, you can basically code an entire game only with blueprints, right? But I think from what I've understood, talking to a lot of people, it seems like the best thing to do to get the most out of Unreal seems to be to know both C++ and blueprints, like they're each good for different things, but take it with a grain of salt, because I never tried either. I never tried any visual scripting. I know Unity has something similar as well, but I don't know how popular it is. I've never tried it myself. I want to use it, but it's hard. I can imagine. I know that C++ is supposed to be like arguably a bit more complex than C#, because in C# you still have like the garbage collector and stuff, right? So you don't really have to worry about memory as much yourself. So I do think, to be fair though, in the general scheme of things or whatever, I'm quite sure that C++ or C# would also be considered like one of the harder languages or whatever, compared to, I think, stuff like more lenient languages such as Python or maybe GDScript. Once again, I do want to be clear, take everything I say with a grain of salt. I have never had any experience outside of C#, so you know, I'm not a master at this stuff. I'm just basically repeating stuff I've heard other people say. That's what I'm basically doing. Should I say something about today's word so you can blame me again for not making it? Yeah, exactly. No, I'm good, I'm good. Did you get it, Spec? Just out of curiosity. Make a new OnlyFans channel and add a devlog there? You might have a good point here. Yeah, your channel blueprints is getting better by day. Interesting. I think the thing for me is that I don't think I would enjoy blueprints as much, or like visual scripting in general. This might be an assumption because I haven't tried it, but I actually quite like code. I quite like thinking and working in terms of code. So I just don't think I would enjoy the process in the same way. But that is very subjective, right? How did you learn C#? Well, that is a great question, and that is what my first devlog on YouTube is going to be all about. It will be the entire story of how I made my first game, starting off with absolutely zero experience. So, if you're interested in seeing that, make sure to subscribe to the main channel. What's up, Conrad? How you doing? Welcome in. Choo Choo Charles was made by only blueprints. Oh yeah, I think I've heard of that one. Yeah, just that's the... Yeah, I follow one of... Or I'm subscribed to one of his YouTube channels. We talked about that a couple of weeks back or something, I think. But yeah, if you want a short rundown for me, I think the main strategies I used was small tutorials and a shit ton of brute forcing. So I think if I would like summarize it very much, I would say tutorials, a bit of AI to get started, and then a shit ton of brute forcing was basically my main strategy. What? No experience? I'm leaving. I thought you were a professional. I mean, it depends on how you... How would you define professional? Because this is the interesting thing. It all depends on how exactly you define it, to be honest. Relating or belonging to a profession. Well, this is another one. You have to define profession. Engage in a specified activity as one's main paid occupation rather than as pastime. According to this, I'm not paid a lot, obviously, but according to this, I am a professional game developer, right? Because this is my main paid occupation rather than just a hobby. Like, this is what I do. So, according to this definition, technically speaking, I am a professional game developer. I am a professional programmer. But, you know, I'm not professional in the sense of that, like, oh, I'm... you know, I have years of experience, or I'm super qualified, or I make a shit ton of money because of it. So like, engaged or qualified in a profession. So that one would be less accurate, because I don't know, now we have to define what qualified means, right? Engaged in a specific activity as a main paid, but this one is, like, according to the second definition, I would kind of be considered a professional. I did, is nice, man. It might be hard to learn blueprints after coding, the logic is so different. Oh, interesting. How, would you mind elaborating? How is it different? Because I thought it was basically the same, just that, you know, it's visual instead of you actually writing the code. So like, do you not have like an if-else statement block when you like put your conditions in and like connect the else one to something else? But like I said, I have no clue, so please elaborate. Hope you're doing good, Conrad. Nice to see you as always. How's your game going? Have you made games from scratch, like your game engine? No, I do use a game engine. Otherwise, I do basically everything myself in terms of like design, programming, and art and stuff. I have a mate doing the music and sound effects for my main game, Shred of Gloom, which also, we should say, you can wishlist that game on Steam as we speak if you're interested. But yeah, I do use a game engine. I do think I would still be way too much of an amateur to make a game engine. And I also think it's, personally for me, I think it's a waste of time. Because I think, arguably, for the vast majority of people, I think that you should only make a game engine if you want to make a game engine. Like, if you want to make a game, you probably shouldn't make a game engine. There are some exceptions, I imagine, like if you're doing a very like groundbreaking game that you literally couldn't make in a current game engine, then, you know, you do have a justification as to why you would need to make your own one. But that would be like a big exception, right? Like, vast majority of games you can make in almost any game engine. So for most game developers, it just makes sense to use something that already exists. Like, why reinvent the wheel if you don't have to? That kind of thing. Defined with at least 5 years experience? Well, then I'm fucked. It is possible, but I would recommend learning C++. Blueprints are good to glue stuff together, but more than that starts being much more chaotic than code. Yeah, I can imagine if you have like a bunch of logic in there, like just a big like spaghetti table of visual scripting, that would be... I would kind of find it harder to read compared to just jumping around in code. But I would maybe like to try C++ at some point. Just, I think it would be nice to get more experience with other programming languages. Because sometimes I feel like I'm very one-dimensional. Because I can't really speak too much. Like, I have a general gist of like what C++ is like, but I can't make any like personal comparisons or whatever, just because I haven't tried it. And same thing with stuff like GDScript or Python or one of those like more, I think you call them loosely typed languages, is something I would like to try at some point as well. Just for fun, like just do a little, I don't know, short game jam or a little code challenge or whatever it might be, just to get like an idea of what it's like. You're just a baby still, almost in young adults. I'm professionally unemployed. Me too! Me too! I am technically professionally unemployed. Welcome to the industry, Chirpy. Thank you, Coden. Do about how you add things is more like blueprints. Wait, what you mean? Coden is talking, blueprints is making a map. Okay, yeah, I cannot see what you mean here. You came in to listen to a professional programmer while working.
Hello.
What's up, Strom? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Hope you're doing well, man. Oh, yeah, you did get your own hello. Damn, the RNG. That's actually pretty impressive. Perfect, eh? Good morning, Strom. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you had a good weekend. Have you heard about non-Euclidean in games? I think so. I feel like I recognize the term. But please feel free to elaborate. Not like... I can't say anything off the top of my head. I feel like I've heard the term though. Human Man's development is going good. Fans fasting. Planning next release scope. Nice. Exciting. You just use comments and make the longer blueprints to functions. I'm using blueprint for so long it comes naturally to me. Yeah, I do imagine that happens with most stuff, right? Like, it would probably be weird to start off using it, but I do assume that you kind of get a hang of like what you're supposed to use it for and what it maybe isn't as good for. Rigged. Oh yeah, you didn't get your spec. You did one as well, right? Didn't you? Or did you? I think you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you got someone else, because you also have one. Speaking of which, if anyone wants to represent your language, we started doing random like check-in sound effects, like greetings in different languages. So if you speak another language, Conrad, we need a Polish one, or Pirogi, one of you. Can you record yourself saying hello in some manner, or like a funny greeting or whatever in Polish, and send it to me? And I can get a little sound effect here. I have dyslexia, so visual scripting is way easier. Yeah, that makes sense. Just like I said, I do suppose it's a lot like a subjective thing, right? Like what works best for you. Like if you have dyslexia, I understand that visual scripting is probably more advantageous for you. I don't know, I might just be biased as well. It might just be, just like I said, I think the main reason why I feel like I wouldn't enjoy visual scripting is because I enjoy code. But that might be like, you know, kind of a bad justification for saying that I don't think I would like it. But I do think that's the case. What about you? Do you have a date for the devlog? Yeah, I'm hoping to get it out. It's almost fully finished, so I'm hoping to get it out like tomorrow or on Wednesday or something. And why is the next task for Shroud of Gloom for today? Today will probably not be Shroud of Gloom. I think I need to get a build up for my first game so I can publish that in sync with the video. Because my devlog, for anyone who doesn't know, will not be about Shroud of Gloom. It's actually the story of how I made my first ever game. Which I also did on stream, but that was before we started making Shroud of Gloom. It's just been a long time coming. Polish, we need the Bobber Kurva check-in. Yeah, exactly. Maybe, is that too... I wouldn't want to get, like, unmonetized and stuff because of it. Because I do know that's a bit vulgar, isn't it? But it is basically like saying hello in Polish, isn't it? So yeah, the first game is also pretty much fully done, but I just want to... made sure that we have a build fully ready, you know, so we can post it at the same time. Kurva is a turn, right? In Swedish it is. En kurva. That means like a turn or a curve. What's up, Birdsong? How you doing? Welcome back. Nice to have ya. I usually prefer to do things from scratch and actually feel more productive doing it. Do you mean that in terms of coding in blueprints, or in terms of making it, using or making a game engine? Often coders hate visual scripting, so it's normal. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, I think it might be a bias. Maybe if the first thing I ever tried was visual scripting, maybe I would love it. You never know. But I think I kind of fell in love with coding, so I feel like visual scripting feels a little bit like cheating to me. It feels like I'm being unfaithful to C#. Do you know what I mean? I have visual scripting at work, and it is nice to do stuff or have designers do things. Yeah, I suppose maybe the good thing about something like visual scripting is that it might be a little bit more approachable for like general audience. Maybe this is a assumption, but I assume that might be the case. I don't like visual scripting because it seems very unreadable. Yeah, I can see that as well. Never ask to finish to record a greeting, you will get something super vulgar. That's fine as well. We definitely need a... No, like, okay, super vulgar, maybe not. Because it all depends, like, it can't be... you know, we can't have like outrageous greetings that would get me fucking banned or demonetized and stuff. But like, if you want to be a bit informal or something, I think that's kind of fine as well. But obviously there is a balance here, so we do. Look, if I don't know what something means, I am gonna have to like double check that this is something we can use. I mean, I trust most of you, but you know, it's also we can't go too crazy here. Really? So actually no Swedish word? Bam, indeed. It is spelled with a K though. That's the only difference. But it's a normal V instead of a double W, which should also be called a double V, which it is called in Swedish. W sounds... It's not a U, it's two V's, right? Come on now. In terms of making an engine, but by engine I don't mean my own Unity, I structure things for that specific project. I see what you mean. Yeah, I think I enjoy making certain stuff from scratch as well. I would never go as far as to make my own game engine, but like in Shroud of Gloom, for example, and in Memento Mania, another game of mine, for example, I almost never use the Unity button component anymore, because I've realized that it's quite easy to make a button, but if I script my own button component, I get more control and customization on it. So that's something I started doing quite a lot. Oh yeah, it's double V in French too. Yeah, I've heard that. I think it's that, like, it's obviously the correct expression, right? Because it looks like a double V. It's not a fucking double U. That would be different. That's like an upside down M or something. No. Come on, English. Okay, should we do the daily words, Owen, and then get a little bit productive? I never know what I want to start with, but let's do something like... Let's go for hover. Okay, we have an E. Let's do something like guild. I have no idea if these words are good, but I do reuse them a little bit. Okay, we have an I in there somewhere. I think I'm gonna stop guessing too early and just get as many letters as possible out. I feel like this is where you could have like a little bit of a cheat code and just know what letters to use. Or like have like 3 main words that all use different letters. Can't be bothered thinking that out. And I wouldn't look it up either. That feels like cheesing the game, doesn't it? Okay. What do we have here? We have a Y and A that we could use. Any, something ending in any maybe? Or Amy, AT. Would be good to get all the vowels out there, just so we know which ones we need. Come on, there must be a good word here. Many, but that's not enough. No, dun. Well, it doesn't have to be, but I think AY, or it could also be... Yeah, AY is pretty common as well, you know, in words such as like clay something. How do I get stuck this early? I just don't want to lose. Did I lose last time or did I get it? No, I did lose. We did lose for the first time ever. Unfortunate, all because was spectacular. Okay, let's do... Let's do something like... Bruh, you bruh. What's up, Spec? You know I'm speaking the truth here. You know I'm speaking the truth. There must be one word. Am I optimizing too much here? Saini, is that a word? Something like that could work though, like Aini. I don't know if that's a word. Maini, Baini. Well, I don't really need E in there though. Oh, what about... Is a double N, which is canny? That's a word, isn't it? Double N is kind of stupid, but at least we know there's a C in here. So, I, E should be the vowels. We also have a C. We know the position of the E. Okay, so it doesn't start with a C though. It can't end with the C, right? EC, that's a weird ending. So the C must be in here. It's not gonna be an I after the E, that's also weird. So it should start with, yeah, start or second letter could be I as well. Could also be repeat letters, those always throw me off quite a bit. A C somewhere.
Cheers.
That one is kind of throwing me off. Cheers, Birdsong. Appreciate ya. As per usual, I try to not fully read chat during the Wordle. Just so you people are aware. Feel free to guess in the chat, and we can see afterwards if you got it or not. We haven't tried S, but this feels... What is the C doing here? I see... I mean, it should be... No, it can't be CI, but it should be ICE. Oh, that could be something. You know, something like this. We haven't tried S, so maybe it's a plural word. But obviously mices would... Like, mice is the plural of mouse. So, something like... No, this doesn't work. There's not a word here, is it? Kinda wanna see if there's a S in there. I mean, we could do one more word to just see what we can do here. Doing something like... Check if we have an S, maybe. Or find out where the I or C is. That would be pretty good. So if we could do something with I and C. And maybe an S. Maybe ICKS. We don't want two K's though. Tips. Okay, that is good. So it is ICE, but it doesn't end with S. Interesting. Oh, sorry, we've got some ads running for any non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. Okay, so we should be able to do this. ICE, but it's not a plural word. Or it could be, but it's not a conventional one ending in S. Something ICE.
Oi, oi, what's good?
What's up, Ameripon? Welcome in. How you doing? You know, I just found out the other day that neither you nor Japan is Japanese. You guys fucking blew my mind. I feel like I've been led on for some reason. I have been under the impression that... I've been under the impression that both of you guys are Japanese, and then I found out that none of you are. Outrageous. Yeah, I know, Japan told me. What's up, Brainoid? How you doing? I'm gonna catch up with chat fully when I finish this. I probably have missed a few things here. But yeah, it kinda broke my entire worldview for a moment. ICE, it doesn't end in S. Oh, it's bicep, isn't it? Yeah, must be. Ah, I see. Okay, we got it. GG. Oh, you're Puerto Rican, nice.
Flawless.
Indeed. How many did you get, it, in, spec? Okay, let me catch up with chat here. Unless you are talking to a V and say double U. I see what you did there. That was pretty clever, actually. I'm almost a little bit impressed, to be honest. Is my banner lying? It still says ads incoming. Did the ad not just run? I'm pretty sure... No, it didn't. Okay, I'm just dumb. I thought when I saw that last time, I thought it was running. Sorry. Now we actually have the ad running. Scuffed streamer. Let's go. I got it on my last one. Ooh. I made my plane fly. Wait, what? You made your plane fly? Explain. Sit. Oh, damn, you won the last one. Also got it in 5. Nice torso. Has it not run for me? Yeah, I think I saw the ads incoming and I thought it said ads running. That's why I got a bit confused there. Doing a Unity challenge and the course is bugged out, so I gotta fix all the code to make it work. Ooh, interesting. So wait, did you manage to do it then? Is that what you were saying? Okay, that was the daily words. Oh, let's go, people. We actually did it. Should we have a look at the game? I think we just need to update a bit of music, and we are almost good to go. Also, do you guys wanna tell me what you think about my thumbnail? I've been trying a little bit. I don't know exactly what to do here. It's harder to make like devlog type thumbnails when the game doesn't look great. Like, it's a lot easier to kind of be carried by a beautiful game, do you know what I mean? Where's the thumbnail? I'm gonna show ya. Rubbish? Wait, what's rubbish? What are you on about, mate? For noobs like you, I simplified the starter deck for Replicat. Now it has -1 column on the board, so you have less cards to worry about. Ah. Oh, you know, that's actually a pretty good idea to, as you say, like simplify the, let's call it the beginner deck. Yeah, clever little thing. You what, mate? Okay, so I have a few here. I was thinking, like, the conventional thing seems to be to do this kind of stuff, right? On these devlogs. And it does work pretty good, like, this is still... It's quite easy to read, even in small one. The only thing is that it just doesn't... You know, I don't have that great, like, art to show off. But I feel like something like this potentially could work. I could also try to do it a little bit more personal, which could work. But to be fair, these kind of thumbnails in regards to, like, devlogs seem to do the best. You could also go very... like, personal. Oh yeah, this was me testing it on YouTube as well, like how it would look. Sorry, Berico, for stealing your video here just to test this out. But, because the other thing that you could do is do it a lot more simple, but I don't know if it would be as good. Like, you could do something where you, like, basically make it a lot more personal. So we just have fucking me here with my beard. This is how I look. And then we just do like a tagline like I made a game. Boom. So this would obviously be a lot more more personalized, but I don't know. I think it could work. I'm not sure. Like, the thing is that from my experience looking around, is just that these kind of thumbnails, the like before after type ones, seem to be performing the best on YouTube in general. It seems like. What's the title of the video? I'm thinking about doing something like this. So obviously this would be on my account instead. This is just me with changing it out in the inspector in the browser. That's the actual video, just to see how it would look on actual YouTube. I'm thinking about doing something along these lines. Yeah, Maripon, you actually work with this kind of stuff, so what are you thinking? No one said your thumbnail needs to be 100% your game exactly. You can mix and match stuff as long as it's engaging thumbnail and doesn't misrepresent it. Yeah, I do suppose that is true as well. I've seen that beard man before. You have indeed. Please release a video called What I Learned After X Years of Game Dev and make a video about an hour of black screen. Is this the start of a new horror game? No, this is the end of the first game I ever did. And then at some point we're gonna start doing little devlogs for Shroud of Gloom as well. I would lean into that this is a game jam winning game. Yeah, but this is not Shroud of Gloom, so I can't do that. That would be misrepresenting. This is my first ever game. Shroud of Gloom was, like, technically speaking, not my... Like, Shroud of Gloom is my first commercial product. It was technically my first released game. It was the first game I ever released to the public, but it wasn't the first game I ever created, so to speak. Yeah, so this is not... Because for the first Shroud of Gloom video, I am definitely doing something like game jam winning game, you know. Whereas this is just like the story of how I made the first project I ever did in Unity. That's why I'm leaning more into this, like, you know, putting a bit more emphasis on the fact that I didn't have any experience and I was like a beginner and stuff. But it's hard to, with the like actual art for the thumbnail, just because I don't really, like the game, like if you're making a beautiful game in like Unreal, I feel like getting, like, you know, no shade to Hilfert, but his thumbnails get kind of carried by the fact that his game just looks beautiful. Of course he fully deserves that, because he's the one who's made the game look beautiful. But I find it harder when the game is like not that impressive in terms of graphics to like figure out like what am I supposed to do with the thumbnail here. And also this is a little bit like, to be fair, speaking of the whole thing, but it doesn't have to like need to be the 100% your game exactly. I actually already do that kind of stuff. Like this scene here is not in the video whatsoever. Like this is me faking like the prototype version of the game. I think something like this could work, but I am very much open to suggestions or feedback. I was traveling in Vietnam and Australia. Ooh, nice. I would love to go there at some point. Both places. Oh, you meant your drawing? Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, I think this was a pretty... I'd say this is objectively quite similar. How long have you been a streamer? Ooh, I'm gonna open up this rabbit hole as well. I think I started streaming like... The first time I ever streamed was probably like 10 years ago or something. Have I been consistently streaming for 10 years? Absolutely not. But I've been streaming on and off for about 10 years. And then I've been full-time since October last year. So this is like the first time ever that I'm properly consistent. Like I actually stream multiple days a week, every week. But yeah, technically speaking, I started... the first time I ever streamed on Twitch was me doing digital art like 10 years ago or something. And then I did a bit of gaming and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I've been around on Twitch for quite some time.
Oi, what's good?
What's up, Luasoft? Welcome in. We still have some old school viewers here. We did have Spectacular in here. He has been a viewer of mine for like, yeah, probably like a decade, which is kind of dope. Appreciate ya. Went to Melbourne. It caught me off guard at how clean and friendly everyone was. What a beautiful city. Nice. Australia seems nice in general, man. That belongs in the Museum of Modern Art, this one, for sure. Well, you need to think about the people that come via this video you release, and other videos you release on your channel if you are aiming to grow the channel. I don't know if coming off as a beginner is the best angle for you and your channel, if you want to push Shroud of Gloom content after. Do you not think so? Because the way I saw it is that you get the full story. Like, this would be the video where you see how I started off, and then like the progression into like the Shroud of Gloom videos would be like, you would basically get the full arc of me getting into game development and then, you know, getting better at it, basically. So going from this to the full release or whatever. That's assuming everyone follows your arc. Yes. However, I think with this one we can't do, like 90% of the content of this video is me coming off as a beginner, because I did a lot of bad beginner things during this or whatever. Like, this is basically me struggling for like hours to do very simple things. Like, that's basically what the video is about. So I think coming off as anything other than a beginner would be weird. And I also feel like that would feel like a misrepresentation to me. Like, I don't want to make, because I think there's enough content on YouTube in terms of game development where people release videos that are 5 minutes long, where it's like, oh yeah, I made this game and everything seems super easy. Do you know what I mean? I kind of enjoy doing a little bit of a, like, actually showing that this was a struggle for me, do you know what I mean? But I do see your point in terms of, like, you know, of course this goes more into showing like, oh yeah, I'm not a professional at this, but I don't know what else to do with like a video of me making my first game, because I'm not a professional, am I? Like, I don't even know how I would make the video with me not coming off as a beginner. But of course this video also ends with me saying that now after this I continue this journey, I'm now making a, you know, commercial release and stuff. Does that make sense? Just add a booby anime lady to the thumbnail, it was profit. I mean, you do have a point. You do have a point. As someone who falls under pre-beginner, I'd be drawn to something labeled as beginner and would then be invested in the growth beyond that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm going for, right? Because I think many people can get curious about something like this, in terms of like, I think this speaks to beginners wanting to see whether or not it's possible to do a game when you fucking suck at game development to begin with. Or whatever you want to call it. But it's also a little bit like, it could be interesting for people who actually are game developers as well, to kind of just laugh at me struggling to make very simple things. So I do think it can kind of strike both audiences there. For example, one of the popular YouTubers I follow that I enjoy, really does well with this, is City Planner Plays, where the hook is a City Planner Plays building games. Such a cool concept. If I could lean into something similar, like whatever your day job is or was, and how you transition to become a game dev. Like Professional Viking creates his first 3D Unity game. I see what you mean. And that is, like, the City Planner thing is pretty genius, to be honest. But here I don't think I think it becomes kinda irrelevant. Like, if you take, for example, the sentence, Professional Viking creates his first 3D Unity game, that doesn't really make sense unless the game is a Viking game, does it? Like, the reason why the City Planner playing building games made sense is because the profession is connected. I have never worked with anything related to IT, game development, or programming whatsoever. and none of the games I've made are related to any formal profession. So I feel like I can't really like tie those together, if it makes sense. Otherwise, it's definitely a genius idea. Like, I do see the City Planner plays building games. Like, just hearing that, it sounds like a very like clickable video. That's why it's an interesting hook, because you don't have anything to do with game dev. But is that not the same thing I'm doing here then? Because, like before, as you said, I do come off as a beginner. If I did that, I would also come off with as a beginner, right? So why not just say that this is what I am? Does that make sense? Former metal rock lead singer tries his hand at game dev. I mean, I do suppose it could work. But I feel like, is beginner not just a 100% better keyword to get in there? Because no one's gonna search for former metal rock lead singer trying game dev, right? But people are going to search for like beginner game dev stuff. I'm kind of lurking while I figure out some Git stuff. For sure, Birdsong, thank you very much for lurking. I appreciate you. Beginner is so overused. That's probably a fair argument. That's probably a fair argument. Because it happens in almost every single niche, right? You have these like beginner videos or beginner tutorials. It is a very much used keyword. That's the type of video I'd be looking for inspiration to get started in game dev. Yeah. And as you said, the good thing is that Ameripon is absolutely true that, like, obviously we can't assume that people will actually follow the entire arc. That's absolutely true. But I do think the good thing is that it could make it so that whenever you post future videos, people might be more, if they saw this one, they might be more invested because they know where it started off, that kind of thing. But you need a hook. I feel like that is the hook, right? The fact that I had zero experience and that I don't know what I'm doing. Because there's a lot of people who show you how to make games from people that know how. I mean, to be fair, this is not an uncommon video either. I'm not saying I'm doing like a unique video here. I am very aware that there's a million videos of people making their first game on YouTube. Like, I know that's not like a unique thing or whatever. But I still feel like that's it's kind of natural hook. I feel like that's why there are those videos, because they kind of work. From a language nerd turned code nerd, that is something I actually thought about that I could have done. Because I've also spoken a little bit on like the similarities I see between like spoken languages and what you call it, like programming languages. Workday done, might stop by later, have a good one all. No worries, Coding, thank you very much for dropping by as always, and I'll catch you later. Cheers. Former EastEnders actor makes horror game, yeah. Put your hook in the title, make the thumbnail push the hook. Is that not what I'm doing? I feel like that is kind of what I'm trying to go for here. Still, I don't think it's that simple, because you still need to pray the algorithm is in your side. Yes and no. I mean, that is true. Like, I'm not saying that no matter what I do, that we know that this is gonna fucking perform well. Of course not. But I also think that sometimes, like, sometimes I feel like we put a little bit too much too much focus on the algorithm and stuff. Because you go, yeah, you need to like beat the YouTube algorithm. That's not really the case, is it? You need to make people watch your content, like, because that's what pushes the algorithm in the first place, right? Like, the main thing tends to be like watch time or whatever, or your viewer retention. That's not created by an algorithm. That's created on whether people actually sit through the video or not, right? So like, I feel like oftentimes we put so much focus on the algorithm, but I feel like the algorithm kind of is the what you call it? Like, the algorithm is kind of the side product. Do you know what I mean? like the algorithm is affected by whether, like the click-through rate is depending on if people actually found the video to look interesting and if they clicked on it. And then how much YouTube continues to push it after that is also determined by how long people sit through it. So it's kind of like more about the people in some regard. Because we go like, oh yeah, the algorithm just picked up this video and made it viral, but it's also like, no, but people made it viral by watching it, right? That's why the algorithm started pushing it to more people, because people were watching it. Am I making sense? I don't know. I have yet to make my first devlog, it's scary. Yeah, it is. I do think, like I said, I've been a bit worried here. I think for me it's also different just because I'm entering like a new niche on YouTube. So it's, you know, I have no idea. This could perform very, very badly. But we'll see. I think it's worth giving it a go because I did have all of the development and stuff recorded anyway. There are a million videos of people making their first game on YouTube, and they're usually 17 years old students or very young guys without much experience or barely cracked puberty. I don't think you should mix your content with that crowd, I think. To be fair though, like, the thing I like connect to here is the fact that you also say young guys without much experience. Just to be clear, that, like, maybe not young, thanks, but I had no experience. Like, I put collision checks in this video, or not in this video, but during this game, I put collision checks in a start function. Just to give you an idea of how little I actually understood. I was checking for collisions between the player and certain objects on the first frame of the game, and then never again. And I spent 4 hours trying to fix that issue. Just to give like an idea here as to how, you know, how absolutely clueless I was while making this video. That's why I go like, I understand your thought process that I maybe I will come off a lot like a, you know, a beginner by doing this, but it's also like I can't come off as anything else, because that's what I was. That's why I feel like, if anything, like, obviously in terms of during this video, like, or during the actual development of this game, I relate a lot more to a 17-year-old student who doesn't have any experience than I do with a like 40-year-old AAA developer who's worked professionally in the game dev industry. I can't relate to that whatsoever, right? I do think you have a point though in the case of that, like, I think this type of thumbnail probably attracts a less mature audience. I think that's fair to say, because it is kind of, you know, it's kind of vibrant colors, simple, it kind of pops a little bit, which tends to obviously do well on YouTube, but I also think it does better for like a less mature audience. I think that is fair to say. Well, it's like if I did something like this where I just do fucking a, you know, simple picture of myself and I just go, I made a game, this would probably go more for like, this would probably do better for like a more mature audience, and it would seem maybe a little bit more personal. But the question is also like, what is just gonna perform best? Now, I also understand that this is harder now because you guys don't know the video, right? Like I know what a video is like. And it's also not just a simple, like, you know, it is also a little bit silly and stuff. Like, it's not only me sitting there super professionally being like, yeah, so I made this collision thing, but like, that's not really what the video is either. So I don't know. I suppose it is. I mean, I do have serious sections in it too, so I suppose it's somewhere in between. The thing is that just like looking on YouTube, like if we just search for devlog, like it's quite clear that these kind of ones tend to do very well. Like this kind of before and after thumbnail, before and after. Like I feel like most of the time these are the ones that like pop off the most. Does that make sense? And this is a very common format for like devlog type videos. Oh, that's very sick too. But like, I can't make this just I don't have this art in this game, right? So it doesn't make sense. Yeah, even Hilfert actually here, before, after, with a red arrow. Like, it's a very... those type of thumbnails tend to... They seem to perform quite well. I think you can appeal to a more mature audience, more game dev daddy. Okay. I am now uncomfortable. I have the perfect title. Sugar Daddy turns to game dev. No, we're not doing this. What's up, iHeart? How you doing? Welcome in. The more you zoom out in seniority, the broader content can be covered, and it's harder to get as much return on investment. Wait. The more you zoom out in seniority, the broader content can be covered. The broader content can be covered, and it's harder to get as much return on investment. Am I dumb? Wait, I don't think I'm following. How I started game dev with only 10 fingers, yeah. Also, people, iHeart is yet another developer here on Twitch. Go and check it out. Wishlist a game, chicken chases, all of that good stuff. That's what I mean, you can still be a beginner, but a beginner to Unity and not a beginner without real life work experience, which is where I think you can pull a hook from. I don't know, like I understand your point, but I feel like in my specific case I kind of can't. And this might be me being a little bit, I think one of the reasons where I might be slightly reluctant to this as well is the fact that you asked me to re-record the entire video and like re-script everything. Like, just this changes the entire approach to the video, right? Like, if I'm now gonna tie it all into what I've done before. And it also doesn't make as much sense, just you have to realize that I had a job when I was doing this. Like, this wasn't full-time chirpy throwing his life savings into game development. This was me just trying to make my first game. So I don't know, does that make it more relevant? Maybe. But I don't really see how I, in my case, would tie it into like the story in a way that makes more sense than just this is very direct, right? But just me saying that, oh yeah, I used to work in this totally unrelated field and now I'm gonna try to make a game. That's the same thing as saying I'm trying to make this game without any experience of making games, or as a complete beginner, whatever, however you want to phrase it. Like, those are the same sentences, right? Just as one is more direct. And I feel like that directness is kind of better. Maybe. Just use the chat for the thumbnail, gets everyone's attention. Regret, I dumped my girlfriend to finish this game, and then a picture of a really hot chick legs hanging from your pixel art. I mean, that's a very fucking good idea, though. I'm gonna snooze this ad, can't be bothered. I'm sorry, I said it weird. If you're more experienced, you might want to be 10 times more specific, so there are 10 times more topics that could be covered. But then will also appeal to less individuals. I see what you mean. I also think, like, the thing for me is that, like, even here on the stream, I never try to come off as, like, a full-on professional. I feel like I tend to make it very clear that I still feel like I'm a newbie to all of this. So that's also why, in the sense of, now I know you also, Ameripon, said that I can still, you know, phrase it as me being a beginner or whatever. But in terms of that, like, trying to seem more experienced, I feel like it wouldn't vibe as well for me, you know? Because I don't feel like that's what I'm trying to come off as. I feel, if anything, I feel like I'm more trying to come off as the guy who doesn't really know what he's doing, but fucking is trying his best to make it work. Like, that's more what I would relate to. BitGamey, welcome in, man. How you doing? I don't think there's anything wrong with your video concept, and having a generic title is good, it works. Yeah, that's why I kind of feel like this is the type of stuff that I tend to see working, you know? I'm not saying that it's the best or that like every single person loves it, but like keywords such as like, you know, making your first something as a beginner, having 0 experience, and then in terms of devlogs having the before and after thing with a big red arrow is like all the stuff that I've tended to see on YouTube that just seems to perform quite well. But like I said, I also think it's very interesting talking about this stuff. I think it's, you know, I think this stuff is interesting, so I'm always open to hear other opinions. If Thor can have a stream title of Thor builds a PC, I'm sure you can have a Breadman make a horror game devlog 1. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Just in the end, I think you can do quite well, even with stuff that might or might not be optimal or whatever. Like that doesn't... Just, there's a lot of videos I see on YouTube where I go like, this seems like it's arguably not a good thumbnail or like arguably a bad title and it still performs well. But I also feel like, you know, as someone trying to get this ball rolling, I feel like it's the best thing I can do is to try and do whatever I can to at least kind of optimize it, if that makes sense. Sounds like what I relate to as well, yeah. No, I think that's what I'm... And especially with this video, that's really like what I'm going for here. Of course, this is... Since you haven't seen the video, it's hard to tell, but like a lot of this is just me very honestly showing how much I was struggling trying to make this game. That is really like the kind of the story of it. Then of course with a little bit of a, you know, the happy comeback story or whatever of actually managing to do it. But, you know, a lot of it is just me showing that like how difficult this actually was for me. I mean, I haven't seen the video and it's already cut, so you should probably push the best thumb/title that will fit it. Yeah, I think that's what I meant with like, I think this is a little bit unfair from my point of view as well. Like, I'm trying to ask you guys what you think when you haven't seen the video, whereas I have the entire video like basically cut up and stuff. So obviously it's very different. If I would just like show you guys the video, you would probably have a better idea of like what we could do with it. I don't love this thumbnail. I think I could probably do something better, but it's just hard when I don't have... Just, I think, as we said, I think a thumbnail like this would probably speak better to a more mature audience, which isn't bad. But I also feel like it arguably would perform worse on YouTube. Just let's be honest, this type of like catchy stuff is kind of what performs best most of the time, right? Compared to just like, yeah, I made the game. No, it should be more like, what's up guys, it's your boy, Mad Sherby. I'm joking. Title, chat helped me make this title, exactly. Maybe that's what we should do. What's up, K-Man Crafting? How you doing, man? I need to get in the practice of devlog soon, but I feel like it's a bit too early. Dude, this video has been a long time coming. I still feel bad that it has taken so long, because, you know, I started working on this game like it was my first game, I guess it was like 2 years ago or something. And the game has been finished for like more than a year, and I just never have gotten around to actually finishing this video. I got some solid systems in, but I have not gotten to the point of creating the content in the game, but coming soon, hopefully. Ooh, interesting. I like relatable content. Hey, look, you're not the only one struggling. Yeah, because I feel like that's sometimes the issue I find with some game dev content, that not all of it, but a lot of the time it's like... And it's understandable because it's more viewable, right? But a lot of the times it ends up being like 50 hours of work cut into like a 1-minute section of a video, and it does come across as like everything is super easy and super quick to do kind of thing. So I feel like it's a little bit of that, like I kinda wanted to go for that vibe where I am a little bit more direct, as in like, maybe I say that, oh yeah, I just added this system, but I also add that little fucking system took me like 8 hours to actually make. Just like, I'm also quite forward about the fact that like, everything I did in this game was an absolute struggle for me to do. What about the rest of the level in the background behind the character? Yeah, that should definitely be improved. So this is the background in the game. This is how the menu looks, but it's the same background in the game as well. So I think potentially doing, because here you almost only have a bit of this dark thingy, so maybe getting more of this background in should actually be a good thing. Just to get a bit more variety or whatever. Been fighting a dynamic weather system today, and last week it was a farming system. Damn, sounds impressive, sounds difficult. How's it going for you? Gonna lurk while I wrap up finals. No worries, man. Thank you for lurking, and best of luck. Pick the best looking level and just drop that behind the character. It doesn't have to be the opening menu screen. Oh damn. Now, American, you might be overestimating how many levels there are in this game. And you might be overestimating how many backdrops there are in this game. Small spoiler here, but this might be the only background in the entire game. I want to be very clear, this was my first ever game. There's not a lot of like high quality stuff going on here. Like, I don't have a lot of backgrounds to choose from. But I do have something I'm very proud of. Probably the thing I'm the most proud of is the fact that I have full controller support in all menus and the entire game. That is actually like the thing I'm the most proud of with this game. But I do think we do need to get some... Oh, have I removed the music? I have. Yes, this is not a slider, you can't slide it. Shut up, it's fine, it's fine, it's working. Do I have my controller? Gonna flex the fact that I can play it with controller, right? Otherwise most of this stuff should be fine. Yeah, so as you can see, we basically have the same background everywhere. Is it verified / supported for Steam? No, this game is not coming to Steam. This will just be a release on itch. Look, this is the thing I was the most proud of, because this was actually a fucking humongous undertaking. The fact that I can easily switch between mouse, so if I move the mouse, I have that one. If I click on anything on a controller, we instantly switch to using the controller. As soon as I grab the mouse, we deselect the button and the cursor appears again. This is like the system that took the most time in all of this game. It was so fucking complex, and all of this to actually work well was difficult. I think I heavily underestimated how difficult it is to make a menu work well with controller. But yeah, this game is very simple. This is basically it. This might be loud for you guys. Am I using the logarithmic scale here? I might be. That is not something I'm gonna fix, because I cannot be bothered. Even here, the fact that like, if I go to the lowest volume, you would automatically deselect this button. So now I have to find another button to select to be able, because if you don't have a button selected, you can't use the controller. I don't know. It was a challenge. It was definitely a challenge. I got that working on my main menu, and man, you're so right. It was such a good feeling to see controller support work smoothly. Yeah, I think it was. Like, I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if like at least a quarter of the development of this entire game went into controller support for the menus. It was actually kind of mad. No game to go with the controller support, but at least it works too. Nice. Okay, should we see how many I can catch? I think I can do... Wait, did I have upgrades? Okay, I should have 4 health. I can probably get like 200. That might be a bit cocky. Yeah, this is the game. It's a very simple catching game, and it was the first project I ever finished. And the sound effect is literally me going into the microphone, in case you're curious. The only annoying thing about this game is the fact that it becomes like a visual illusion. So if you play this for a long time, as soon as you look away, like everything in front of you is gonna be like falling. Do you know what I mean? But we also do have a dash ability. So we can... Oh, that was wrong. If I find which button. There we go. That's kinda cool. Mario sound effects? Yeah, pretty much. I think most of them are made with one of these like sound like would you call them like retro sound generators? I used for quite a lot of them. Except for the eating sound. The eating sound is just me going. Dude, my eyes are already being like strained from this. This is what I mean. I think this was the biggest issue with this type of game. But I think this happens with a lot of these like simple arcade games where something is moving. Like, it basically does become like a visual illusion. And also, this does become incredibly difficult after a while, because it's not as noticeable now, but these do get faster and faster all of the time. Shite. Oh, that was a misclick. Who the fuck made this game? Okay. It is definitely getting quicker. Oh shit, everything is moving. Oh, we can definitely work with this. Nice. So playing it on shrooms would definitely be a good time. That would probably mess you up. So we're using this game as a stream challenge at some point. There we go, maybe we should. It's it does get. I probably could. Yeah, you can also you can actually buy a big mustache. Isn't that pretty sick? I think it caps at like 1,000, but at that point it's like it's really quick. It's really quick. We could probably check. Also, we have an ad coming up in about half a minute. I cannot skip this one because I've skipped too many. So, thank you for your patience. What are these names? Prefabs and shit, scenes and shit, scripts and shit, and sprites and shit. Very professional, isn't it? Very fucking professional. Yeah, so we're missing the theme and the game music. I think that's almost what I need, and then make sure that we can get this into a WebGL build. Because as soon as I realized that player prefs work in WebGL builds, I was like, we're gonna have to make a browser version of this. Do I have a different scene? Or do I have one scene? No, I think I have... Yeah, I have one for... I don't know why upgrades is a different scene. The game scene. Dude, this is actually a bit... Game manager? Maybe? Nope. Where is... No, I probably don't even have a manager for this. Ground read place spawner. Here we go. Max spawn interval 0.8. Minimum spawn interval 0.3. So can I not like cheese this to show you the Twitcher speed? Oh, yeah, I could just change this variable, couldn't I? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Are we gonna look at my code? As the comedian Nish Kumar once said, piss and shit. I don't know if I know what that is. The amount of copy-pasted code here, eh? I have 3 while loops in the same method. This is basically an if-else statement with while loops. That's kind of funny. By the way, Chappy, are you using the new input system with Shroud? I am not at the moment, because I barely have any inputs. I have been thinking about maybe doing key bindings, and in that case we are going to add the new input system. Because that is what I'm using here to get it to work with both controller and keyboard. This game does use the new input system. So if I'm gonna do anything like that with like key bindings and stuff, we should definitely... Who's on Taskmaster? Oh yeah, I recognize him. Yeah, I've seen him. I've seen him. Also interesting that I do this based on the amount of objects spawned is what changes the acceleration or whatever. It's not like a timer. It just counts every single one you're spawning. Anyway, can I set this to... Do I have cheats on? No? I don't remember how I made this game, holy shit. Okay, 0.3 is what we want to try. I might die immediately, but maybe you will at least get a look of the highest difficulty. Is that gonna work? No, I reset it. Okay, shite. Oh wait, I know what to do. I know what to do. We just changed that little variable, don't we? Int object spawned is equal to... The cap is 1000, so let's just put this at 1000 and we should start right there. Well, developer cheating on his own game? Dude, I cheat in Shroud of Gloom all the time. That's the best thing about being a developer, you can just make your own cheats. So what I could do here... I wonder if I still have it. Let me see. We go to like the upgrade system. Do I not have my cheat buttons here somewhere? Upgrade UI, temporary buttons. What do we have here? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Just what I was looking for. So let me just give myself like infinite amounts of money. Let's fully upgrade the dash, get all of the health, and let's get the biggest stash you could have. And why not have a bit of gold boots just for the hell of it? That's how you do it. What's up, Creative Waste? How you doing? I love the playtest, by the way. Thank you, man. I appreciate ya. Thanks for giving it a go. Wanted to ask if using the player input component is better with broadcast send messages or go with C# and Unity events. Trial and error has been messing my brain up. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of hard for me to say, because I haven't... When it comes to different forms of input and stuff, I've only ever used the new input system, I think. cheating in game, unfollow. Dude, it's fine because I also made the game more difficult for me. I'm gonna start at the highest difficulty, so I'm gonna say that I'm allowed to have a bit of a bigger mustache, which is actually a proper upgrade because it does give you a bigger hitbox, so it actually does get slightly easier. And then the biggest thing is getting the dash. On the last upgrade of the dash, you actually completely remove the cooldown, so you can like infinitely dash. It's kinda OP. It's extremely impressive how much polish you have achieved with things being placeholders. Thank you, man. I mean, to be fair, a lot of things aren't placeholders. Like, a lot of things are relatively what they are going to be. The thing that is placeholder is mainly like the room layouts and like specifically how the rooms look. But like, for example, the windows you see in the second room will probably be in the full game, just maybe not in that exact room. Maybe the layout won't be the same, that kind of stuff. So it's like, you know, it depends on how we define how much is placeholders, I suppose. So if you lose this now, you're really a noob. No, I'm starting at where you would be if you had dropped 1,000 of these. That's like after 10 minutes of playtime or something. Mr. Sheen to polish things up. Okay, let me try this. I'm gonna need to go full screen though, am I not? Okay. Excuses. Shut up, man. Shut up. You try this when the game is out. Do I even have time to actually get ready here? Okay. Be right back, see you soon, Yin. I misclicked the button, okay. Okay, let me... Okay, I need to get into it. Give me a chance here, fam. Give me a chance here. I need to warm up a little bit, don't I? Panic, I'm fucked.
Bruh.
It is possible, okay? I'm not bad, it's just... Maybe I am a little bit bad. This is bullshit. This is absolute bullshit, okay? No. Fucking you guys do better then. You guys do better. This is fucking like highest difficulty. We're at the literal cap. Okay. Now. I hate this. This is so intense. Holy shit. You're not even trying at this point? Shut up, man. The best part was right as I had a question, a little hint would pop up. Nice. Yeah, I do want to, even though a lot of the mechanics are relatively simple in some regard, like 90% of it is like click on this thing, you know? But I do put a lot of effort into still making sure that I kind of explain everything, because I know how easy it is as a game developer to like underestimate or overestimate how intuitive things are. Dash with spacebar. Is it easier to play with controller? It's been too long. Okay, dash with spacebar, jump, bam, bam, bam. Okay. Oh yeah, I can actually use my keyboard in the menu as well. Damn, actually professional, man. Get a kappa. I actually do need to. I think my tea has gone cold. Dev losing in his own game, that's really low. Shut up, man. Well, we are waiting to do better, but too busy watching you fail. And the fact is that it takes me longer to finish this game because I'm failing publicly in front of you. I hate this, who made the game, yeah. That's not intense at all, it's... Shut up, man. Okay, I just needed to play with keyboard and... This is gonna be fine. Sorry if my keyboard is really loud, but also... Fuck this game! Fuck it! Okay, let me restart. I should be able to get like... what, 100 at least on this difficulty, right? No, there's no way. Why did I jump? How many did I get? 98! Come on! I said 100 and I get 98. That is absolutely mad. Yeah, but as you can see, like, it is... I feel like I hit the balance pretty well, where, like, this is pretty fucking difficult, but I don't think that it ever is impossible. Like, I think even if they spawned on, like, as far out on the sides as they could, one at a time, I think you have just about enough time to actually go in between them. But also keep in mind, it takes quite a while to get to this, just the game... I think the game starts relatively slow and has a kind of quick acceleration up to 200. And then above 200 it goes it accelerates a bit slower, because it's too annoying if the game is too slow, too long. And then at 1000, that's where we hit this one, and I think here we just keep the... yeah. Here we stop using the current spawn interval, we just always use the minimum spawn interval, so this is like the actual cap. Difficulty cap. Copium. Maybe add some triingium and get betterium. This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. I feel disrespected. If you look closely in the coda, it says skill issue. I made a quick mock-up from screen grab. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I mean, something like this, I think... should definitely be nice. Because it does become a little bit... The only thing is that this is, once again, this is me being too fucking perfectionist about stuff. Just there's a lot of mid-source and rotated pitch source here. But I think maybe we should quickly make a new one. Like, make a more... rather than just slapping this together, maybe we make one in A-Sprite. We actually make it more... Because I did do something before in the old ones, right? Here. Now, this was the first one I did. And I do feel like it's more interesting, like, whether it actually looks like there's something going on, rather than like only having him kind of static. The only thing that made me kind of question this one is that I don't know if this is... I mean, you guys can probably tell me what you think, but I don't know if this is like readable enough. Like, do you... Now, and it also might be a bit screwed now because you guys have seen the game, but I was kind of scared that this animation is not gonna be... Like, is it clear enough that this is like a exaggerated, drawn out mustache? Or does it just look like, what the fuck's going on here? I don't know. What do you guys think? You think this is a better sprite? I do, because it has more motion to it, which is nice, right? I could also check the other ones, because I do have the in-between ones that maybe have a bit less of a exaggerated mustache. Maybe that could look better as well. Let me keep this up. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, Ameripon. Okay, I think we're gonna do this. Let's very quickly sort out so that the game is fully publishable, and then we can try out making a better scene for the thumbnail. And I think the best thing here to do might be to actually try and make a completely new one in Sprite, rather than just trying to puzzle it together. Just then what I could do as well, if I don't want to do rotated pixels, I don't know how much that matters though, I think most people don't care about it the same way I do. I could also just rotate everything, which is then, if everything is rotated, all the pixels look correct, right? If we want to have this little angle going on. Yeah, that is true, like, they would be, like, in most of the time, thumbnails are quite small, right? I think this is probably me, like, overthinking it, to be honest. I do think we should zoom in, like, I think he should be kind of big. But maybe this size is kind of okay. Maybe faking a little bit, doing something so it's more clear that these are falling down, maybe. Okay, let's sort this out quickly so we can work on the actual thumbnail. Let's remove those cheat buttons. Let's put this back to 0. Do you guys want to know something that's absolutely mad? I am pretty sure that I made every single menu in this game without a single layer group. Or layout group. I have hand positioned everything correctly. It's actually insane. Like, now when I look back at this and now when I know about, like, actually having, like, layout elements and just make the game automatically, like, fix the space in between stuff, I'm like, holy shit, imagine the time I would have saved if I knew about that. It's kind of crazy. Okay, this should be fine. We set that one back to 0. Let's just double check that that is indeed correct. I mean, isn't this almost a bit hard? We reset everything. Nah, this is fine. Yeah, I think this is a good starting point. Oh wait, I do have the dash from the beginning. Right. I thought you had to unlock the dash, maybe you don't. Yeah, I think that was my plan from the beginning, but I think I changed it. But I do think you have a really long cooldown on it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's a long cooldown on the dash. No. Screw you. 54, is that enough to get an upgrade? Yeah, so now I could get the speed upgrade. I think I did try to balance this so that you would start getting upgrades relatively early, because I think I made those way too expensive in the beginning. I can already feel I'm much quicker now. Grandpa is super fast, and he still misses them. Yeah, that's good. Okay, we need to update the credits. Do I even need those? I might just remove them. Did you know something else that's kind of mad? I don't, except for like the high score and the total score thing here, for the actual buttons, I don't use a pixel art font. I have handmade each single button in this game. Like, I sat here and pixel by pixel I wrote settings. I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I didn't just get a pixel art font. I mean, I did use one here. Why didn't I use that one on the buttons? I will never know. What's up, Kate Shard? Welcome back, man. How you doing? Or just make a new sprite with a Mario-like jump with his hand up in the air. That would look pretty good, to be honest. Yeah, because I think, like, I don't want to change the game in any way, because I want to keep the game how it actually was when I finished it. But I do think for, like, the thumbnail, maybe doing something like that should be pretty nice. Mario jump 2D. Because that's a very, like, iconic jump position, right? Like doing this kind of thing. It would be... I feel like it would be much more clear that... Because my jumping sprite is actually kind of mad. I wonder if we can find it. Sprites and shit. New art. Oh yeah, dude, I was so bad here. Do you see here what I'm doing? Every time I made an update, I would import an entirely new sprite sheet and just pick out the things I wanted. Because I didn't think about just overwriting the one I had. Absolutely insane. Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean, Ameripon. No one is gonna be like, oh my god, I use a sprite that's not in the game. I think even like doing a... We should even do like a full illustration of this game, and I think it would still be fine, right? Okay, Atlas 10, I assume is the newest one. So, like, my jump is literally the... This is him walking, right? This is the default state. This is just changing the shoes, and so is this. Like, all I'm actually doing in the jump is positioning him a bit more highly and making the feet kind of hang down. So it's not really, like, just looking at this, it's not, like, overly clear that it even is a jump. And here's what I mean, like, maybe instead of using this one, we could just use one of these to kind of get the motion of the mustache or whatever you want to call it. So this is from the... This is the dash animation. Or maybe this one is better if we could just... Maybe add the motion things, I don't know. We're gonna see. However, the most important thing, like really the only thing that's missing is that we need to get some music for this. So it would be pretty sick if we could get some like traditional Portuguese music, like some fado or something, maybe when you're playing, or at least some guitar thing going on. I feel like that would fit the general theme of the game quite a lot. Do they have like fado here? Oh, they might do actually. But let's do Creative Commons 0 as well. Ooh, that's only one. Would be nice if that was good, because this would be public domain. Oh, night people, distant fado. Okay. Maybe something like Portuguese guitar? No? Guitarra, maybe? Sorry, was that loud for you guys? I hate that you can't just like lower the volume on this specific website. I mean, it would preferably have to be a loop as well. Anyone here play Portuguese guitar? How you doing, Kate Shark? Did you have a good weekend? What if we search Portuguese? Does that do anything? Nope. Actually, yes, you did. Glad to hear it. Pensioners at cafe. That's kind of funny. Maybe you should have something like that in the background. Can be kind of fun. Now, I think we're just gonna... I just want to throw some music in here. Maybe we just go for any, like, generic guitar loop thing. Coffee place, chatting in Portuguese. No fado. Maybe just a guitar loop. It doesn't really... Also, I feel like, is it mad to throw in a Spanish guitar loop in a game that has a theme that's nothing but Portuguese? Playing some Deadlock right now. Wait, I think have I heard of this? Maybe not. I was thinking, what was the name of that, like, Souls-like game with guns? Multiplayer game in early... Wait, is this the one? Team-based multiplayer third-person shooter MOBA game. Holy shit, that was a mouthful. Oh, it's by Valve? I think I completely missed this one. I feel like we need fado. Or at least like some Portuguese guitar. If we remove this. Is this not a song by... whatever her name is? This can't be. I mean, I suppose maybe it's a cover, but... Neymar spreads confession. Not even the walls confess, or something. Malia Rodriguez. This can't be... You can't use this, can you? That feels a bit weird. Okay, we got an ad coming up in about 1 minute for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. I might go and get a bit of tea during the ads. Alrighty, good luck. Bedtime here. No worries. Thank you very much for dropping by, Meritpon. Always nice to have you here. And have a good night, man. And thank you for the help as well. I appreciate you. Went from Deadlock to Sirocco, way more casual. I don't think I've heard about that one either. Sirocco on Steam. MOBA meets Vampire Survivors in a dynamic 5v5 arena inspired by the legendary Warcraft 3 mod battleships. Free to play. Dude, it's mad how many games there are that you just don't know about, or I don't know about at least. Maybe... Can we check Pixabay, maybe? Do you guys have something? Perhaps? Or I can sort for AI generated. I think this would be fine as well, right? Use content for free. Without time to attribute the author, although it's always appreciated. Modify or adapt content into new words. I think this should be fine. Okay, we have an ad running. I'm quickly gonna go and reheat my tea and I'll be right back. Thank you very much for your patience. Cheers. And we are back. Hey K-Chuck, thank you so much for that subscription, man. Appreciate ya. Absolute legend. Thank you very much, man. It really means a lot. Sorry for the bad timing, right when I go on a break as well. But thanks, man. Okay, so as far as I understand from this license, we should be able to use this for a game. You cannot sell or distribute content, even digital or physical form, on a standalone basis. But that we wouldn't do. Just standalone means we would use only the song or whatever it might be. Yeah, no creative efforts. Bum bum bum. Cannot print it. Can't use it in a moral or illegal way. Not in a misleading or deceptive way. Cannot use it as a part of a trademark, design mark, trade name, business name or service mark. But that should be fine as well, because this would be more like if I use this more specifically with my brand or whatever. Certain content may be subject to additional intellectual property rights, such as copyright, trademarks, design rights, moral rights, proprietary rights. Wait, what? It's your responsibility to check whether you require the consent of a third party or license to use content. Okay, let's see first if they even have anything, which they don't seem to do. Is there no, like, Fado anywhere I can use for this? What if we do Portuguese guitar? I mean, this could actually fit pretty well. Throwing the shade, I love it. 72-year-old keyboarder, and I arranged and played my music conventionally on real instruments and not with a mouse on a computer. Kinda throwing a little bit of shade here. Oh, that's funny. You're not allowed to sell or name my music, videos and images as yours or as made by yourself. Okay, but can I... This is what I hate, when it's like... It feels like this is grey area stuff, like it's not clear enough. Okay, so according to Pixabase license agreement, I should be able to mostly use stuff here. But then here this guy says that I can't sell or name his music, videos or images as mine or as made by myself. So this is not clear enough. I need to know whether can I put this in my game or not. Does, you know, not naming it as myself, does that mean I have to attribute it, or does it mean that I just can't say I made this? I don't know. It's not clear enough. This is why I tend to go for like public domain stuff, because there's no question about it. You're like, okay, this is public domain, I know I can use it. Creative Commons 0 is the best shit ever. There's no fuss, right? You just know that this is gonna be fine. As soon as there's any other like license agreement, I always feel like, because I want to be like 100% sure of exactly how I'm allowed to use this or not. Even the same thing with like people who want attribution. I think it can be very confusing. Like, look, I don't think there's, of course I don't mind giving someone attribution. Like if I use your song in my game, I think that's fine. But if I find it on a website where it says that, like, okay, you can use this even in a commercial sense, but you have to attribute me. Like, where do I draw the line? Okay, so I can put this song in my game and use it, as long as I give him credit. That is fine. But what about when I'm streaming, and that song is playing while I'm going around in the game? Like, my stream is technically commercial in some regard as well. Does that mean, is it enough now that I have the attribution in the game, or would I technically need to attribute you on my stream as well for using it? And now that will also be uploaded to YouTube. Do I have to credit that on the YouTube video too? Like, it's these kind of questions that make me feel like stuff is just too confusing. Why is this so loud? Oh wait, I could just... No. Does anyone know of another place to find good music to use for games? The thing here is that these lights sound good, but it's not the right vibe, is it? I mean, Spanish guitar is probably the closest one, but I still feel like it might be a bit outrageous to put a Spanish guitar in a Portuguese-inspired game. I feel like I'm begging the Portuguese folks to fucking scold me off. I feel like all of the comments are gonna be like, that's actually a Spanish guitar and not a Portuguese one, and you are now cancelled in Portugal. Otherwise we just go fuck it and we don't do guitar whatsoever. We just do some generic 8-bit music or something. That could work as well. We might have to, unless I can... Because, I mean, it's starting to seem like I'm not gonna find something. It would have been nice to have something like Fado inspired or some like Portuguese guitar. Yeah. I don't know, I'm starting to feel like I'm not gonna find this. Guitarra. No. All of this would be like Spanish as well. Too slow. Don't use this. I like how the description of this one is don't use it. It's not really the... I feel like it would have to be something a bit more quick. Welcome back, Gov. How you doing? I don't know. Maybe we just have to do something more generic. Edgy game music. Sorry if I'm blasting your ears. The volumes here are very mixed. Oh, this is for a horror game. That's not gonna work. What's happening? I'm trying to find some music to use in this game. I was hoping I could find some like Portuguese guitar or some something similar, but it seems tricky. The cookie game? Yeah, pastry game, close enough. I'm messing. Exactly. So now I'm starting to lean towards maybe we just have to do something more generic. Unless we can get Bjarne to quickly whip something together for us, that will work as well. We could try just building it as is. Just to see that everything works in the browser build. But this is too hype. 8-bit? Shite, it's not really the vibe I was hoping for. Feel free if you know any other places where you can get like music and stuff for free for games, let me know. A slow wave music? What do you mean by wave music? I mean, this could work. It sounds very futuristic, but I don't know how much it matters either. It's definitely better than what I had as a placeholder before. I was using like RPG sounds or songs. Like when you started playing the game, I used to have like a RPG boss song sound effect. I was like, yeah, this might be a bit much. I mean, you could do something like this. Just this sounds kind of stressful, which I think should work quite well. Like, at least in the game scene. I mean, we could try it. Because even though it doesn't maybe fit the theme of the game perfectly, it still fits like the retro vibe or whatever you want to call it. Like I do have some like, you know, all the sound effects sound quite retro. I feel like this could get very annoying after a while. Just hearing this loop over and over again. Let's try this one. For in-game at least. Like as long as we kinda made sure it's not too loud, I think it might be fine just to have something in the background. And this is also public domain, which is pretty neat. If I... There we go, okay. Boom, boom, there we go. That one is down, but we need... I feel like we need at least another one for the menu, or like upgrade scenes, right? Preferably a bit of a loop.
Cheers.
Cheers, Strom. Cheers, man. What are you up to? Are you working on any games at the moment? Cookie clicker background. This rhythm is like throwing me off. Sorry that some of these are so loud, I actually don't know what to do. Immediately sounded too like spooky. Cooking food background music. But this is gonna be weird as a loop, that's the issue. Because we do need it to loop relatively well. Oh, migrating survivors to Unity 6.1. Wait, were you on Unity 6 before? As well, or is it the first one to Unity 6? Oh, you were on Unity 6? Okay. Do you think I should upgrade to Unity 6? I feel like I've heard quite a lot of people tell me I probably should. A lot of people said that it's completely fine. Sorry, but I feel like it's scary upgrading. I'm just gonna...
I love eating cookies.
Okay. Cookie music. Dubstep, okay. Build times are nicer, lots of bug fixes. Ooh. And that is pretty nice. No huge change for me to 6.1. The new DH12 multi-threading has many potential cutting render times in half. A pretty decent 3D performance change. Ooh, that is quite nice. Many free or paid sound libraries do not include gaming, so it's really annoying to find music for games. Made me use AI music. Yeah, it is tricky. This is the good thing about having a mate who does music. I can just make him make stuff. But I also feel like I just want to get this out. So now the annoying thing is also that if we pick this one in game, we are now kind of locked at having something with that kind of 8-bit sound in the menu as well. Because it can't be too different, right? What's this? Artlist.io. High quality music, sound effects, footage, and AI covers. Start free now. So, how does this work? Yes, you can monetize. Any project you create and publish while your subscription is active are covered forever. That is good. Does the license cover commercial projects? Yes, if you are subscribed to one of the following plans. Music and Sound Effect Pro, AI voice, so bam bam bam. Okay, so basically anyone. But does that mean I have to always be subscribed? I know we've used Splice quite a bit before, which is quite neat as well. They actually have a lot of good sound effects and stuff for games. Super cheap and has tons of stuff. The thing is that I am also super cheap, because I don't have a salary. You know what I mean? An ambient sound on top of that music, so you're not locked using retro sounds. Oh, add ambient sound on top of that music, so you're not locked to retro sounds. You could. Just when you release the game, you have to be subscribed. That's at least nice. From my understanding, publishing with an active subscription covers you. You can cancel often, still retain rights. It is a bit annoying if you have to like... Basically, if you release a game with something using this, then you have to like stay subscribed for a lifetime. Why? Why? Oh, this one actually has a volume slider though. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so what if we go like medieval or something? Stjärnornas välsignelse, this is Swedish. Himlens berg. Trädgårdar på månen. That's a lot of Swedish here. I mean, it's all the same band though, or artist. But do you think this is better than Splice? How much is... Because Splice works on like credits, right? Because this is what we have used for some of our sound effects and stuff before. Creator. Okay. I suppose the other one's cheaper though, because here you get these like download credits, right? Which means that you use those. I suppose it's similar to like Audible, right? You use those credits to like basically purchase sound effects and music and stuff, but then you basically have them. So similarly here, I think you can also like unsubscribe, right? Yours very cheap, everything you download, even after you cancel. Cancel at any time, no questions asked. The good thing here is that I think the difference here might be that you actually can reuse this for yet another project of yours, even without resubscribing. Whereas here, I suppose that if I would want to use the same song in a different game, I would have to subscribe again, right? When I publish that game. Nuclear Tahida, so you're going to use this. Well, was that one of the songs here? Oh yeah, I wasn't a fan of the credit stuff. I want unlimited access. Okay. Yeah, oh yeah, I suppose that is a good argument. So the difference here really, right, is that while subscribed, you have the access to everything on this platform. Difference being that when you unsubscribe, you might still have the rights to use it for something you published using that thing while you were subscribed, but now you don't have access to it anymore. Whereas the difference here is that, yeah, you won't have access to everything while subscribed, but once you use a credit to buy something, you basically have lifetime access to it, right? So yeah, I do suppose it's a bit of like, you know, pros and cons. What's up, Mrs. Zombie? How you doing? Make the game colored, release it to the world as it always wanted to be. The game is colored. What are you talking about? I have colored the game. Look at this. It's completely colored. Dude, we have a full-on palette here. I don't know what you're talking about. I have so many colors in my game. How you doing, Mrs. Zombie? Welcome in, man. Let me see how this one, the one we downloaded, works. I feel like that one could suit the in-game one quite a lot. I feel like. Do I have my assets? Scripts and shit, writes and shit. I don't have anything for music. Guess we make a new one. So I guess we go like audio and shit. Might as well stay consistent. Consistently shit. It's basically what we're going for here. Throw that one in. And then system, audio. We have an ad coming up in about 30 seconds for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. Hope to see you on the other side. Appreciate ya. Is it color or color? I want to know if I need to unfollow you. Well, it's obviously the second one. Game music. Let's throw in this one. We're probably gonna need to lower the volume. I'm gonna imagine that to be the case. Even though I get shit from Visual Studio. So outrageous. In Shroud of Gloom, in the code, if you're in a room and there's another room connected to it, I call that a neighbor room. And I spell it with a U. And IntelliSense tells me that this is a misspelling. Absolutely outrageous. I would say it's even discriminating against British spellings. I feel like that should work. Because now they are at the same volume level. Maybe the music should be slightly lower volume still. What happens when you die? Do I stop the music? Oh, I do, that's good. Because it would feel kind of weird if this, like, hyped music continued after you die. Some ambient citizen would work with that. Maybe that's what we should do as well. Maybe just have some ambience going on in the menus and stuff. What's up, Runeson? The aesthetic of Shroud of Gloom has changed dramatically. Very true. Very true. Yeah, going for a bit of a different vibe now. Decided to kind of change the theme a little bit. Oh, was I playing music in 2 places at the same time? Whoops. I feel like the music is still too loud. It should be background music, right? And I'm also a little bit scared because it's a very short loop, so I'm kind of scared that it's gonna get too annoying after a while. Should have had a character creator where you can pick varying styles of beards and stashes. You can. You can. My select sound effect is definitely varying in volume. You know, if we cheat here, you can actually get a bigger mustache. Look, you have stash upgrades. So if I just get a bit of money here, look at this, look at this. You can get a bigger mustache. You can get a massive mustache. But you can't change the style really, it's just the size of it. And it's actually a good upgrade too, I mentioned this earlier, but this increases your hitbox, which means that it's easier to collect stuff. So it's actually a good upgrade to have. While we're looking at old project, yes, this is the first project I ever made. And I'm currently in the process of finishing my devlog, which has taken way too long, but hopefully it's coming out on YouTube this week. So I'm trying to just do those final touches to be able to publish this to Twitch. Because I want to publish the game with the devlog. But I'm not gonna change the game, because I also want to keep the game true to how it was when I made it, you know what I mean? But all we really need to do is to add some music, but I've been struggling a little bit finding the music I want to have in the game, if that makes sense. I should probably actually... Should probably make another pin today, actually. If anyone hasn't, made sure to subscribe to the main channel on YouTube. That is where the devlog will go out. So let me just do this. I'm gonna do this. Boom. I made something similar to this, but nowhere near as complete, but same basic catch concept. Nice. I actually think a catching game is a very good, like similar to like Flappy Bird and stuff. I think it's it's like the perfect kind of scoped game to start off with, I feel like. I'm pretty happy I decided to go for this as one of my... I mean, it wasn't my very first I ever tried was a massive RPG game, of course. But this was the first one I actually managed to finish. So, you know, even though the game is far from perfect, I do hold it quite near to my heart. Classic, yeah, indeed. I feel like this is fine. Okay, so let's just get something for the... Do I even need to make it so you can download this game? I probably don't, do I? In that case, I think I'm gonna simplify things as well here in the, let's say, menu. We don't need a exit button. If this is only gonna be in the browser, there's no reason to have exit. Ah, which is actually... Is anyone gonna download this game? That's actually annoying though, because then the settings are not gonna work either. I mean, I could just make those, I could just disable them. Ah, fine. It's not really hard to make a standalone build in case someone would want to download it. I don't imagine a lot of people are gonna download this game anyway, but might as well do one. And then we can just disable those settings, like we actually disable the buttons in the settings for the web version. You have the pointless jumping too. I had that and was like, why? No, it's not, you know, it's actually a pro strat. It is not pointless, I promise you. Because the thing is, jumping actually gives you more time, right? So it's actually a pro strat. Because what happens is that if you have one pastry falling down here, oh, sorry, let's do this. You have one falling down here, and then there's another one coming over here. If you are now standing here, if you're gonna wait for this one to actually catch it, you now have less time to run over here to catch this one. So jumping, it might seem pointless, but it actually has a purpose. Because if I jump and I grab this one early, I now have more time to go over here and catch this one. Pro strats. It's actually pretty genius. So yeah, you save time by jumping. Okay, we need menu music. Basically, whatever. What should you call this? This is like... Sorry, I keep forgetting. Like retro... Let's go like retro game and see what we can find. Well, it's not really... This is sound effects though. That's not really what we want. Fair enough, but like you have a dash too. Yeah, but the dash is even quicker, but it has a cooldown instead. And also you can jump and dash. So you can even mix them. How often do you end up needing both those within a time period enough? Quite a lot. I use both when I play it. Because they're also different. I can show you, like here, I earn on jumping, right? But now, if the next one is once again coming here, and I say that I grab this one down here, now jumping wouldn't give me the time to go over here, but I can dash back to get that one. So they do have like slight difference in how you can use them. I do suppose you could also jump, dash over and grab that one, but now it might be on cooldown, so you wouldn't be able to dash back. So just enough tools to deal with not getting screwed by random drops. Yeah, exactly. Like all of this is basically... Because the most difficult thing in this game, right, is the fact that you have these dropping in random positions. But the most difficult thing is when you get one here, one here, one here, and one here. This is really difficult. Like here you might be able to jump up, grab these two, and then like dash over to get these two, potentially. Or you would have to have like the max upgrade so you don't have a cooldown, and you would literally have to dash back and forth to get all of them. But if you're early, when they're here, then you earn on jumping to grab the first one, because then you can probably just run over here, and then for the next one coming here, you would have to dash back. But oftentimes what ends up happening is that you kind of screw yourself over. I lose a lot of times because I just like miscalculate and I jump over one, so then I'm kind of, you know, I basically screwed myself. Should we make a competition in this later and just have you people compete for the best high score? Gifted sub to whoever wins. Okay, retro game music maybe? Classic game music, what's this? It's lowered, okay. I mean, to be fair, this could kind of work as a menu music. Was it too big switch when you then jump into the game? You would have some music like this. And then you go... That kinda works, doesn't it? I feel like that should be fine. Oh wait, did I not go for... Ah, shite, is this not Creator Commons 0? Scheisse. A bit too futuristic, maybe? This could work. We'll upload it then, jeez. Unfortunately, I'm not sure. I think I'm gonna try and publish this at the same time as the video, so might have to wait a little bit extra. But as we say in Swedish, the one who waits for something good never waits too long. That's an expression in Swedish, if you didn't know. I mean, I feel like this could work. It is a loop as well. And then you switch to this when you go into game. Well, this is annoying. Wait, the music loops from about 12 seconds into 40 seconds. So it doesn't loop from start to finish. Do I care enough? I think that might be fine. That looks like it's gonna be loud. No. Let's try this one. EV Retro, okay. Audio Manager. It doesn't have to be perfect. Boom. Then let's assume we're gonna have to lower the volume quite a bit here as well. My sliders are definitely, like, this is way too loud for my sliders to be this low. I think I forgot to do, like, convert from the logarithmic scale or whatever you call it. Now it's almost quiet. It's better now. Why is that? Why is it louder now? Oh shit, do I actually have something that seems messed up with my volume settings? Do I like not initialize them or something? Do you go live every day? I don't. Currently I stream 3 days a week. I do Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays. What's up, Hadouken? How you doing? Welcome in. Status not applied. Yeah, it seems like I'm not fully like initializing it. I'm quite sure I should, because I am saving this, because the sliders stay at the same position, right? Which means that we are, somehow we are, but not in terms of the actual sound, the actual music. Or the actual volume doesn't seem to change. This might be something I have to fix. I did say I wanted to keep the game as much in the same state as possible, but if the settings are a bit messed up, that would actually be quite annoying. I know, as far as I know, all of the graphic settings should be working. Well, this is not. I don't even know where do I just update my audio manager immediately? I have no idea how I do this. Oh, please, what's up? Start play Sony theme. I mean, then that should be correct. Okay, so where do I save this? Where do I save the settings? Holy shit, do I do everything in one menu manager? Does my menu manager handle all of the settings as well? It might actually be. It's not entirely impossible. When Hopo Games messed up the Risk of Rain settings, I got really pissed. Yeah, I feel like settings might be one of the exceptions where I feel like this is something we kind of have to fix. Well, what about this? Here it seems like we should be initializing it, right? No, load selected audio settings. Set values without triggering events. Sound linear. Okay, so I am using linear volume, that's good. Oh yeah, I think the issue was that it didn't get updated correctly. We set this, or maybe I only set the slider value. But wait, do I even where do I actually change the volume? Lower music volume. I changed the slider value. Adjust volume. So is the issue that when I load... Yeah, I don't update the actual volume when I load, right? Audio mixer volume slider value. What? Set volume. What does this do? This is so confusing. This sets... This is like the saving of the volume. And then I use the... And then I use that player pref to adjust the volume of the mixer. So we need to pass in the mixer volume name and slider value. This is so weird. What got you down working on this as a rabbit hole? This game? Well, it's because I've had all of the development recorded, so I wanted to do like a devlog, but it's taken me way too long to actually do that one. But this weekend, for the first time in a very long time, I was actually really productive in terms of video editing, so I almost got the entire video finished. And I do want to publish this game with that video. So the video is basically gonna be like, you know, the story of how I made my first game. So I want to publish this on itch at the same time, but we were missing some music, but now I realize we had a little bit of an issue here as well. So yeah, that is basically the reason why I want to fix it. Okay, but this seems rather easy then. So the issue is that when I load my audio settings, I set the slider values and I correctly deactivate and activate the buttons, but I don't actually change the volume. So load selected blah blah blah, that happens in start or something, right? Yeah, so in the start function. Wait, what? Oh, no, wait, look at this. In awake, I tell the music mixer, set float music volume to player prefs get float music volume. This shouldn't this set it? Now I'm kind of confused. Wait, you speak Portuguese? I do. Maybe not fluently, but I'm like conversational at least, I'd say. Are you Portuguese? So yeah, that is one of the reasons why this game is quite inspired by Portuguese culture as well. So basically the falling objects are pastel de nata, which is like a famous Portuguese dessert. Oh, you're Brazilian. Ah, muito legal, cara. Right? Então falas português também, né? Mas o português brasileiro. O português de verdade. Outrageous. So for anyone who doesn't know, I said that yes, I suppose you speak Brazilian Portuguese, and then Kate Shark responded the true Portuguese. What's up, Atrium? Welcome in, man. How you doing? Okay, so why is that not working then? Set volume. Do I need... This is so confusing. What was I doing? Set volume only sets the player pref. Yeah, this sets the player pref. It doesn't actually set the volume of the thingy. So what happens when... Wait, what do I actually do when you... Like, raise music volume? What do I do here? Well, we call adjust volume, and that's the one that actually changes it. Music mixer, music volume, and we pass in the slider value. Oh, is that the issue? Wait, I actually set the volume with the slider value. No, because then here I use... Yeah, this just updates the player pref, and then we use that to set the volume. So why is it not working in the await function? This seems like it should be fine then, right? Music mixer, set float, music volume. With the play press, get float, music volume. This should be... That should initialize it, shouldn't it? Because it does work when I click on one of these buttons. That seems to do it correctly. So this must be working. Music mixer, music volume, slider value. That is what actually updates it. Then we set the volume, that's just changing the player pref. But if I already have the player pref, volume name. Yeah, so we set whatever float of that audio mixer. Right, that one default to do 1. I mean, this should probably... Oh, I'm setting the float. What? No, yeah, exactly. Set float, but then I get float. This is correct, isn't it? Why am I so confused? My new audio system is so much better. Holy shit. So much more intuitive. Set float, name, player pref. Set float, name, player pref. Why is it not working? I am now confused. I mean, this should probably say 1 though, because that's the default value, right? Music volume, sound volume. Am I using the wrong... Do I call it something else down here? Sound volume, music volume. Sound volume, music volume. Why is this... Oh wait, it should be set to 0. 0 is max volume, right? Because it goes from -80 to 0. I forgot. This class does a bit too much. Are you joking, fam? Yeah, it does way too much. I have all of my settings UI. Look at the list of look at the list of references here. This is actually insane. This is actually insane. It's mad. It's all of my UI stuff, all of the audio stuff, all of the settings UI, every function for that. Unfortunately, it doesn't play the sound. I do have an audio manager, but this is doing like everything you could do in the menu. Hey, I want to be clear though, just for anyone coming in, just so you know, this was the first game I ever did. This is not code I just wrote. I want to be very clear with that. I would not do it this way today. This is like 2 years old, okay? It's fine, it's fine. I'm not gonna fix it. It's functional. I'm mostly functional. This is not working though. Can tell he's a rookie just by the code. I definitely was when I wrote this. I mean, I'm still a bit of a rookie, let's be honest, but at least the nice thing at looking back at this is that I kind of see how much I've actually progressed. So that's very neat, I suppose. Wholesome. This is so weird. The thing is that this function seems to work. Do I have something else like overriding this? Zelum, sorry if I'm butchering your name, but thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. Don't worry, I can't even get my shape rotate left or right. Okay. Why would this not work? It's working after I change them, but not when I like initialize it. Does my audio system do something weird with the volume? No, you just play stuff. Oh my god, look at this. This resets. This is how I saved all of the progression in the game. I have player prefs for every single upgrade you can get. This is my save system. I mean, it kinda works though. It kinda works. I do think like if you're doing very simple stuff, I think player prefs is fine, to be honest. A game like this, you know, it's fine. It's fine. For something like Shroud of Gloom, it would never work. If it works, no need to change it. Right. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Not bad for first go around. No, like I said, I'm still, however bad this looks to like look back on now, I'm still very proud of this game, because it's the first thing I ever did. A lot of games use player prefs for basic stuff. Oh, even for like saving. Interesting. I did it, I think Memento Mania is using player prefs for your data as well. But for Shroud of Gloom, we finally have... I've bought, what you call it? The... Easy save asset pack. So I think that's gonna make my life easier. Atrium, do you know, is it absolutely cursed to save like an entire room with something like easy save? To just go like, okay, when you... I don't know, when you stop playing, just save the state of all the rooms you've been in. As in like save the entire game object with all of the furniture inside of it. Is that insane? Because it would be so sweet and convenient if that's like functional to do. But is that like, is that mad? Put a lot of big mobile games and they use player prefs for some stuff like audio settings, tutorial states. Yeah, but for settings I think it's fine, right? Okay, isn't that kind of the purpose? Like it's player preferences for like settings and shit. I feel like it's using it as a proper like save system in terms of like progression is where it gets a little bit like... It can work if you're doing very simple stuff, but it's arguably not the best thing to do. This cannot be working. Music mixer. I mean, I do have the references there. Music and sound mixer. Set float music volume. Oh, I'm using one mixer for music volume and one for sound volume. Inactive. But these do get initialized correctly, right? No, wait. Output, master. Have I... Oh, is this why I fucked up? No, master music mixer. Sound mixer. Sound mixer. Okay, now that should be fine then. And this one, you have music volume as an exposed parameter. This one... Why does it say inactive here? Oh, is it just that it's not playing? Oh, no sources of it. Okay. So I imagine that as soon... What happens if I click here? Yeah, I suppose maybe it goes inactive as soon as if we do this. Yeah, just that it is playing. Yeah, exactly. So inactive just means nothing is playing through this right now. But then the volume is not set up correctly, but if I change here, boom, this is where it should have been. So we cannot be like loading the audio correctly. But why? Because I'm doing this in a wait? Is that why? I'm not gonna like polish up this entire game or anything, but I do feel like we need to make sure this is... like, people need to be able to set the volume. Load selected audio settings. Do all of that, and then maybe here we set it. Does that do a difference? If you manage to get a good save structure, go ahead. Do you mind elaborating? What do you mean by good save structure? Why not? Should not be so much data. That's what I kind of thought as well, but I don't know what's considered a lot of data. Just like obviously you have like the room class with all of the stuff, and then like all of the furniture with their components and interactables and stuff. So, but like still it doesn't feel like it should be that mad, right? Because it would make my life so easy if I can just say rather than like saving some state of just like the cabinet door, whether you left that one open or not, just save the entire room and go ahead. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, PlayPress usually for system settings, resolution, VSync, sound levels. Yeah, because that I still use it for in like Shroud of Gloom, but then we're not gonna use it for the actual like progression and like save files, so to speak. Well, most annoying part of saving is actually loading the state. Okay, so what this might do is make it so that I would need a bit of a loading screen when you start playing to like load all of the rooms correctly. And that I might make that loading screen a whole lot longer because I'm saving the entire objects. Is that kind of fair? Oh, it works now. Nice. Easy fix. GG. Now I kind of feel like the music is actually too low, isn't it? This was better. Okay, main menu music definitely needs to be louder, right? My audio mixes, they are like static, right? Yeah, they should be, right? I only have one for all my scenes. Right? Oh wait, I can't do that. No. So what do we want to do? The volume of the menu song seems far too low. Let's put that at like 50% or something. What happens if I go to my upgrade system? Still playing. What happens if I go to the upgrades after losing? Do we still have music? We do, okay. I think here an issue is that I might... Do I replay the song? Or restart it when I go to the menu? Oh no, we don't. Okay, nice. Okay, I'm happy with this. That's good enough. I think I'm gonna remove the credits and then we remove the exit button for the WebGL build. I think this is good enough for me to try and build this shit. Settings UI? Yeah. Credits. Let's deactivate that one. Steal the position. Wait, do I upscale everything? Wait. Wait, what? What is happening here? My menu button is in the scale of 0.008. Okay, I'm not even gonna worry about that. We're just gonna say that that's probably fine. My dog got a new haircut today and is so freaking cute. Send a picture on Discord, let me see. I mean, I assume... Oh, okay, that is very fucking cute. Do we need to make a pets channel on the Discord? Look at that little boy. Or girl. What did you say? He, okay. Oh, that's pretty fucking cute, I'm gonna be honest. Nice. Dude, I kinda wish I could have a dog. But I just the responsibility, man. Yeah, I'm happy I have him, but 100% affected me quite a lot in both good and bad ways. Yeah, I definitely think it's... Because, isn't it something where, like, statistically people with pets are actually happier? I'm pretty sure that is a... there's a correlation there. But it's also just the... I don't know. I don't know if I'm at a point in my life right now where it makes as much sense. I also, you know, I live in an apartment, which is a little bit... more annoying as well. I would have to take breaks from streaming to go out with the dog. It would affect you guys. You know, I'm doing this for you. I am more depressed because I wanna have you guys have less breaks during the stream. It's your fault. I'm joking. Okay, let's see. Main menu, bum bum bum. That should be good. In real life lives, here we go. I have done them before, long time ago. I have done some IRL streams and stuff. Gotta take him out now, so be right back. No worries, Atrium. See you soon. Okay, let's try doing a WebGL build, because let's be honest, vast majority of people are gonna play on a WebGL build anyway. So the game would look something like... Oh no, there is more stuff we need to do. Make sure we can't break anything here, but we shouldn't. Fuck off. Actually just bad at my own game. Okay, but this, you can't do this in a WebGL build. Oh no, are we gonna get that error as well because I'm like trying to force update the resolution of the game? I think we are. That was a problem with the Game Jam version as well, I know. Don't tell me I set the... Oh my god, I actually set the full screen stuff from this script as well. This class is doing way too much, holy shit. I'm actually kinda embarrassed. How many lines is this class? 569 lines of code in the menu. But we also do everything for the... I imagine at least. Yeah, like this stuff. This is for the controller. Like if the cursor isn't enabled, then we need to find the game object to use. And I specified the specific one everywhere. Holy shit, it took so much work. I'm doing way too much manual stuff in this game, but it's fine. Okay, so I guess we do a bit of conditional compilation. Do I need to do any of this stuff? Set active. This doesn't really matter, does it? In a WebGL build. I think we can just skip all of it. Video, audio. Yeah, because it would default and look like this, right? I think that's fine. What is the default resolution? Out of curiosity. Okay. So this is how it would look. I mean, in that case, I think this is quite easy. I think we're just gonna do a bit of conditional compilation and make nothing of this actually happen. Audio settings we do need to load, but I think here we're just gonna do something like, what is it? If I can do negatives here, right? I should be able to. Like, if not, can I not do that? How do I never remember this? Unity conditional compilation. I mean, we should just do this, because I'm probably only gonna do a standalone anyway. But I should be able to do... Where can I find them? Scripting, bam bam bam. WebGL. I should be able to do this, right? If not Unity WebGL, then do this stuff. Otherwise, don't do it. And if. Yeah, that should be fine. Because this is definitely gonna make some issues. Resolution plus a button. Well, that's a reference to game object, is it? I imagine. It would be easy if I could do this with programmatically as well, if we go like... Otherwise... That would mean if I am in a WebGL build, then I would like to take these two. Thing is, that whatever I'm referencing, that has a button component, right? Might as well double check, because you never know, this is some really old code. Yeah, res plus button. You do have a button indeed. So I'm thinking is that we just make these non-interactable. Yeah. Let me actually switch to WebGL as well. Imagine you've been doing this for the last 2 months. Wait, what? No 32.9 support? Oh my god, no, that's not happening. Let's switch. Okay, let me just have a quick bathroom break. I'll be back in just like a minute. Thank you very much for your patience. Appreciate ya. And we are back. Thank you very much for your patience. Appreciate ya. Are we fully switched here? We are indeed. Do I need to restart this for that to take effect? It's possible. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so this is now not going to be called since we are in WebGL. So what we should be able to do now... I'm gonna be a bit cheeky. Can I not just do a private void disable button where we pass in a game object and then we say game object dot get component button dot interactable is equal to false. Right? There should be less words. Now we can just go disable button. Okay, enable disable full screen. Should be disabled. And then we have these two. Resolution. And that's it, right? Resolution and full screen, that's the stuff that shouldn't work in a WebGL build. Let's save this and see what happens. Yeah, this is all non-interactable now. Looks a little bit shite, but do I care enough? I don't think I do. Okay. Now, question is, do we need to change some settings here, don't we? Can I use the default template? I never remember this. So just to be sure, Let's boot up Momentum Mania and double check. So I never remember this resolution. We need to set a very specific resolution here, and similarly set a very specific one, which is slightly taller in each, I think, to be able to fit the template. I think that's how you do it. I don't have an icon for this game. Do I have something that could work as an icon? Otherwise, I don't really think anyone's gonna download this game anyway. Posztelnata. I mean, that would be pretty appropriate. Is it mad to just say that this is gonna be our icon? That's gonna look like shite. It's fine. I was having fun watching your medieval videos. You are almost fluent, yes. I don't know if I'm even almost fluent. I would say I'm conversational. I think I can hold conversations. But I wouldn't personally frame... No, I can't say I'm fluent. That's way too far. Because I still definitely struggle, but I know I speak enough to survive. Like, when I went to Portugal, for example, I didn't have to speak English, right? Like, I can get through, I can survive using my Portuguese. But that's also, you know, depends on the situations and stuff, and it's definitely not without problems. Like, every now and then there will obviously be words I don't know, that kind of stuff. But I'm still quite happy with where my... Like, I feel like to get to the most rewarding thing is to become conversational. Does that make sense? I would say you're almost fluent. Nah. I think you're pushing it, but thank you very much. I mean, speaking enough to survive is what 98% of Brazilians do. That's kind of funny. I like how the product name is Platformer LOL. I think that is actually what the game was called before. Or it's what the first Unity project was called. Let's do Pastry Pops, Company, let's do Mad Sherpy. Okay, is Memento Mania open? I would like to see your build settings, if I may. Okay, 960 by 540, so that is a normal 69 resolution, and then we add it, I think we do 590 on edge to get the extra space. I think the template thing is like 50 pixels or something. Okay, so 960 by 540 is what we want to set here. And I guess we build. Let's do pastry. Do I need to do this? Yeah. Let's do WebGL. I'll have some sleep. Good luck. Thank you very much, K-Chuck, and thank you for dropping by. Nice to have you again, and I'll see you next time. Boa noite. So we do this, we upload and see if it works, and then we try building a standalone version. Can I upload it and make it non-playable for now, just so I can have it ready? I basically just click release. I think that should work, right? Yeah, just you can hide this file and prevent it from being downloaded. And then, yeah, 960 by 590 is what we want in the actual game. So, oh, am I being inconsistent? I do small p here. Do I chat? No, I don't. Downloadable, you only have files to be downloadable. No, I've decided that we want to have a browser build because people on itch are much more likely to play a browser build. I mean, to be fair, I could release this game now as well if you guys want to try it. I suppose you guys can get a bit of early access before the video comes out. I don't need to, as long as I just didn't want to release this on itch like months before I release the video. Yeah, this needs to be 960 times 590. Nothing there should be on. I hate that they don't have like an arcade genre or something. It feels bad being in the other genre, but like nothing here fits this game either. It's not really an action game. It's not really an adventure game. Platformer? Not really either. Puzzle, racing, rhythm, shooter, simulation, strategy. Like none of these really. I feel like this would be under like an arcade genre or something. Yeah, should be fine. Are we done so with the build? Okay, so we grab this and we are going to send to a compressed zip folder. We're gonna call this pastry pops webgl. This file will be played in the browser. Yep. Save. So this is just a hidden testing page I have on itch. Let's see whether or not the game is playable in browser. Audio mixing definitely could be better, but I'm not gonna care about that. This seems fine though, doesn't it? Sorry if some of the sound effects that were a little bit loud for you guys. Ship it! Yeah, I think we are pretty much ready. Wait. Let me just double check that the music replays if I go retry. Otherwise that would be quite unfortunate. It does, okay, nice. Dude, I'm playing one-handed, holy shit, I dash with the palm of my hand. That was actually kinda impressive. And then I die, never mind. Give him another year and it will be out for us to play? Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. This seems functional. Question is, should I let you guys play this before I get the devlog out? That is what I'm debating. I could. I also could just make you wait for it. All of these decisions. Okay. Yeah, attach the devlog link to the game. Yeah, that's what I was going to do, because you can have like you can link to one YouTube video, which often is like a trailer or stuff, right? But for this game, it's gonna be perfect to just link the actual devlog as the YouTube video of the game. Because that's the unfortunate thing, if I publish it now, say for example that like my followers on Itch go to check the game out, now I can't link them to the video. That's kind of the disadvantage to immediately publishing the game. Compared to like if I release this at the same time, that means that the YouTube video will bring traction to the game and the game will could bring some traction to the YouTube video, you know. Okay, for the normal build though, we do need to have a exit button. And the settings should be fine, right? Since we did conditional compilation. Yeah, should be. So that should be all we need to do. As long as we have an exit button, we should be able to build this. Bum bum bum. Fucking Barstolinata is the icon. Perfect. Don't need to worry about any of this stuff. I'm gonna say probably not. We're probably fine. Version 1.0. Boom. Windows. I assuming I'm doing 64-bit, right? Yeah. Let's build it. Dude, I'm so excited to finally get this video out. It's gonna be like a huge fucking burden off my shoulders. This has been like looming over my head for the past like year or something. Speaking of the devlog, if anyone hasn't and you want to make sure to catch it, make sure to subscribe to the main channel on YouTube. Hopefully the video is coming out like tomorrow is what I'm kind of hoping for. Wait, I should probably test run this, right? Before we actually publish it. Sorry if this is loud for you guys, I apologize. Yeah, that seems functional. And that's how much playtesting we do. Let's compress this stuff. And we're gonna rename this into Pastry Pops Windows 64. And that should be both of the builds done. Nice. Okay, we could sort out the thumbnail. When the developer sucks at their own game. Hey, I meant to lose that. It's fine. It's fine. Can we get a updated live stream on how to make a proper francesinha? That would be pretty nice, dude. I haven't eaten a francesinha in ages. I actually wouldn't mind. Just saw your YouTube channel. Thanks for checking it out, man. Yeah, that's what they all say. It's true, though. It's true. Okay, so... that's the test. This is pastry pops. Then we should be able to upload files. We can do the WebGL version. And then we can also upload the Windows 64 version. But then for now, what we could do is just hide this and prevent it from being downloaded. That should be set up correctly. So the last thing I would need to do, change the release date. I mean, I can probably change this to release now, to be honest. Nah, I'll do it tomorrow. Then update this text a little bit. That should be good to go. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? No one had the time to... Well, what the fuck? I didn't say that this one was supposed to play in the browser. How did you... why did it start loading a game? That was a bit cheeky. Okay, it's fine. Okay, so now I need to change that as well. Why did it automatically... I didn't say that this was the one to play in the browser. I didn't check that one. That was odd. Okay, this seems we're pretty much done everything we can with the itch page for now. Script is done, video editing is pretty much done, recording is all done, voiceover done. I need to start doing the background music, SEO that I can't do until it's finished. Yeah, I think it's the... we should check if we can do something more fun for the thumbnail. Maybe sort something out in Sprite. Which is what we have right now. Is I made a few little testing thumbnails here, right? What's a francesinha? It's a Portuguese dish, which is basically like a How do I even explain this? It is the most mad sandwich that you have ever seen, to the point where it's unrecognizable, the fact that it like is a sandwich. But it's actually really good. It actually is really good. This is a francesinha. So this is like a sandwich which is layered with like ham, sausage, beef and stuff and cheese. Then with a shit ton of cheese on top as well as an egg. And then they pour like a sauce made from like beer and stuff on top of it. Like it's a lot. It's a lot. Looks posh. Do you think this looks posh? I feel like this looks anything but posh. This looks like very... I don't know. Like I feel like this is the equivalent of having a pizza. Do you know what I mean? Oh yeah, usually you get fries with as well, or chips, whatever you want to call it. But it actually is really good. It's been a while since I had one. I think I made it like 2 or 3 times by myself. And I had it like once or twice in Portugal as well. But it's actually really nice. It's filling, that's for sure. So what I'm thinking is that we could do something like this, but maybe make the left side a little bit more interesting. Maybe we do the entire thing in A-Sprite actually. And then we just add the arrow and... I mean, it should even do a pixelated arrow. That might be a bit much. Is it? Let's see if I can find... my sprite sheet. Why do I have a sprite sheets here? And here. That's confusing. Everything about this game is confusing. So, question is... Stitch figure with a Stitch mustache judging Stitch pastries. What do you guys think? Either we do like normal one, jumping one, or like one of the dashing ones. I don't know if this mustache is too exaggerated when you don't see it in an animation, if it's gonna look like too much. I don't know if people are gonna be able to tell what's going on. But maybe something like this could work. Oh, I kinda like that he's up on his toes here though, compared to this one. Maybe this is the one we go with. Thing is, I think we want this to be quite large, right? Because if it's this small, you won't be able to tell it. What are the 69 resolutions we can do? 69 aspect ratio. What's the next one I could go to? I mean, I suppose I could half the one I have currently, but that might not even be enough. Because we could do like 160 times 90. Oh, that might actually work. This might be fine. It would be that seems like it would be maybe slightly smaller than this one. It would definitely be smaller than this. But we also want some space at the top, I think, for some text. I feel like something like that could work. Let's do game background. This is going to be the character. The thing is that he kind of blends in a little bit on this background, right? Also, this would mean that he's like floating, and that looks weird. I feel like it would kind of look better to do something like this. Maybe even get... but the moon is probably going to be covered by the text anyway. To be fair, we should also shorten this one if we need to. Like the little wall thing. That looks a bit shite. Let's just try something and see what happens. I don't know why, but I am kind of a fan of borders. You can probably tell from all the game cover art I've ever done. Basically every single one has a border. Shit. Why am I so bad at working with layers? It's almost impressive. Borders. Prototype. Maybe. Okay, we have an ad coming up in about 30 seconds. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate ya. Might need some more lines for the following pastry to denote the downward motion, kind of hard to see it zoomed out. Yeah, that is actually true. Maybe we need to make them a little bit like brighter as well. Ah, maybe we make them kind of fade out. It's kinda better. Scheiße. Fullkomlighet. Damn, gonna start dropping Swedish here now. We need to make stuff bigger. It needs to stand out. Okay, the ads should be over. Welcome back, people. Oh, that was very red. Maybe a little bit more. Is that what the sound effects that I keep hearing adds over notification? Yeah, I have a sound effect that plays when one is incoming and then another one plays when the ads are over. So it's basically a little warning sound that ads are coming and then a little confirmation sound that they are over. Is it annoying? It's something I added relatively recently, because I got a bit annoyed by the bots constantly spamming the chat with like ads incoming and stuff. So that's why I decided to make that little, this little like banner just play instead. Because why I don't have to say it if I can visualize it, that kind of stuff. I just thought my computer was possessed. I could make them a little bit less attention grabbing maybe. What's up, Peepa Poopy? How you doing? Welcome in. What are you working on today? Well, I'm in the process of finally publishing my first devlog on YouTube for how I made my first game. So what we did is that I have fixed the actual, what do you call it? I've fixed the game so the builds are ready to be published on itch, and now I'm trying to see if we can improve the thumbnail a little bit. How are you doing, Peepa? Hope you're doing good. Yay or nay on the extra border thingy? Nice, I'll watch the devlog. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It will be posted on the main channel, in case you're not subscribed yet. Yeah, I'm doing okay, feeling a little bit lazy today because it's Monday, gotcha. Did you have did you do anything fun during the weekend? That was what I was trying to ask. Oh wait, this is not centered now, is it? Yeah, lovely. Exactly what I wanted to do. Should we make this seem like it's falling too, maybe? Is it... should we do like a pixelated arrow? Oh, you went to Hamburg to see a friend of my girlfriend? It was a bit... that was the port anniversary. It was really fun. Nice. I've been to Hamburg as well. I quite liked my stay there. And doing an arrow like that, it might just... maybe not. I might just use the other one I made. Whoops. I think this is just gonna look worse, no matter how I do it. Okay, so what would this be? Times 7 to get 1920p? I think. Let's open this one, and then I would also like to open this one. See, how big is this? Nope. That's too small. Wait, we can just check. What did I do? We have like... Did we have 1/16 width, I think? So it would be times 12. Can I not... wait, can I not export that big? Oh, I can, okay, good. Override, yes. (1920 1080), that would go. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. I'm dumb. Okay, it's correct. Let's grab this one and then let's see what happens if we put you... Let's see, you need to be behind the arrow and the text, but in front of everything else, so like right here. New layer. Oh, whoops. Boom, boom. And we would have to get rid of the borders. That's not what I wanted to do. I need to change the arrow, don't I? I mean, this should work. What were you thinking? Any feedback, chat? We're going in the right direction. I think I would probably say that the prototype thing is better. I think the border should probably pop more than it's doing here. Going the right way for sure. I like the velocity lines from the left one, but I like the right one more. What do you like more about the right one? Or is it the, would you say that, is it the pixel art that maybe is, maybe this portion shouldn't be pixel art? Or is it the game one that you like more? Also have to keep in mind it is going to be small. I do think since he is bigger on this one, it's like arguably, like big things are good for thumbnails in general, right? Just like what, in the side section or whatever, as a recommended video, it would be like this size. Maybe like this. I like the game one more, but I want the velocity from the left one. So would you say that you perhaps would have preferred something like this instead? Just here it's still like bigger, but we do have some velocity. We do have some rotated pixels and stuff, but you know. Oh, in the left portion. Okay, okay. Wait, I like the game one more, but I want the velocity. Okay, so you like this one more, the game one in this one, but you would have liked to see the velocity on the left one. Am I understanding you correctly? Okay. What do you think you like more about the game one? I might be wrong. No, no, no. I'm all here for hearing feedback. As always, I shall never promise to incorporate every piece of feedback. However, I always think it's good hearing it. Oh, whoops. 0.8. Is it the size? Maybe removing the outlines on the left side would be better. Maybe. The only thing is that they do pop a lot more, right? Compared to here. I suppose you could argue that looks more like a proper prototype. But I feel like these kinda grab your attention more. Maybe. The good thing is that what we also could do, something I haven't done before, is to actually use the YouTube like thumbnail picture thing. Because I know on YouTube, something I kind of wish Steam would do as well, to be honest, is that on YouTube you can upload like 3 different thumbnails, and then they will pick whichever one performs the best. So we could make like 3 ones that we kind of like, and then we just let basically the algorithm pick which one performs best. Like I said, it's not something I've used before, but it seems like a good idea. Good idea to use the thumbnail too. Wait, what you mean? Also, I don't know if there's... I mean, I'm imagining that the thumb or the title would be something like how I made my first game as a beginner or something. Should do something else with the text as well. I know that this is worthless. There's no reason why I should put the logo of the game in here, because no one knows the game, so no one's gonna give a shit. But doing something like my first game is also kind of redundant if that's gonna be in the title. You want something that emphasizes or tells something else, right? You don't just want to repeat ourselves. I meant uploading 2 or 3 thumbnails and let you to pick the one that's best. Yeah, I think, like I said, I haven't actually tried that system before, but I mean, it seems arguably like a good idea, right? Those last 2 thumbnails looked like a mustache competition. You mean these? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, there also is something like... I don't mind. This feels a little bit more... I don't know, it feels like slightly more mature in terms of thumbnail style. But I also think that it will, like, arguably perform worse. I think. That would be my suspicion, at least. Maybe that's what you should do, though. Like, maybe if I'm gonna upload like multiple thumbnails, maybe I shouldn't do 3 that almost look the same. Like, we could actually do these more different ones. You can run A/B tests on YouTube. Yeah, we were just discussing it. I think that is a pretty good idea. I haven't ever used it for any other video, but it seems like logically it makes sense, right? But is this readable enough? That is kind of the question. Because there is one more we could do as well, the one I mentioned before. We just do a... This would be like the most mature thumbnail. The less like... I don't know, intense one, whatever you want to call it. Which would just be to have like a still frame of me and then put like a text with like, I made a game or something. Like, it would be a lot more personal. That is another one we could try. This is more like in between. And then this is more what... This is the kind of ones that I tend to see perform best, I feel like. Mature, I don't know if mature is the right way to describe it, but I mean more in the sense of like... A thumbnail like this doesn't grab your attention in the same way, I feel like. I feel like people will perceive the video to seem more serious if you have a thumbnail like this. Whereas this is more like one of those thumbnails that kinda a little bit more like shouts for your attention, which is what you often see in these like more hyped YouTube videos or whatever you wanna call it. So for example, there's a reason why no one does a thumbnail like this for a apology video. Like every time someone makes an apology video on YouTube, it's always just a like unedited still shots of like them sitting in a room. Because it seems like, okay, this is actually serious. Does that make sense? Like, you couldn't do something like this if you're gonna like apologize for your behavior. I don't know. I think the one with a person on it is more a shout of attention. The focus is on the character and not the content, kinda. Okay, I see what you mean. You mean like it would seem more like the video is about me rather than the game? Is that kind of what you mean? Gamedev Dad, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate you. I mean, I suppose that is fair as well. But it's also hard to draw the line about like what the video is about, because it's about my experience making my first game, right? Like, this video is not just phrased like, oh, this is an upcoming game. This is how this is what I add to it. Like, it's not all about the game either. Like, it is about. So it kind of is in between, right? Because it's about my story of making the game. Does that make sense? But I do see what you mean. So like in some regard, you could argue that both is true. Like the video is about the game, but it's also a lot about my experience of making that game. So it is quite personal. And now I mean personal in the sense of that, like, you know, some of the focus is on my experience, not only on the game itself. Be mindful of the source of the thumbnail. If you want to go deep on this, try to find small sized channels with big devlog views on a video too. That would indicate good thumbnail without a large channel backing. Yeah, that is true. But I also feel like in general, people do kinda, like, I feel like these type of trends often come out, like usually there's a reason why there is a certain trend. And yeah, like I mentioned before, this whole thing about having like before and after with an arrow seems like, obviously not everyone is doing it. I mean, this kind of is. No, this is showing different seasons, but it's similar. You have one thing here, one thing there. This is the day 0, this is day 647. It's like the before and after with a red arrow. Scope creep. So this is what I mean, like, no. Making a game. Yeah, like I said, definitely not all of them have this, but it's a very common format, or whatever you want to call it. As well. Prototype, finished game, red arrow. 2 weeks ago. 2,000 views. To be fair though, if you look here, you would actually see that in general, the red arrow ones are not, like, his best performing one is this one. But I think that might be because of the content. This is also a bit different, like how to achieve the PlayStation 1 look. That might actually be what draws a lot of people into that one. So this is similar as well. It's not the prototype full game, but this is more like the inspiration and the game that came out. Because obviously this is Sif from Dark Souls, a big dog boss with a sword, and then he made his dog with a sword. It's still like semi-similar in terms of the format or whatever. Old, new. Because the thing is that it's harder for me to do a thumbnail like this one. Like, this one looks sick. It looks cool. It shows off the fact that he was adding physics and stuff. But I also don't have the game to do this, right? Same thing here. Like, this is kind of... The reason I feel like this thumbnail works is because it's kind of a gorgeous shot from the game, which I can't really do with this game, right? It made sense, a hard line to draw. Personally not a fan of the person with an expression type of thumbnail style. If a thumbnail can convey what it's about, I'm fine with that. Yeah, I understand that thought process, because it goes with a lot of stuff. Same kind of thing with like semi-clickbait titles and stuff. Right? But also, it's a little bit annoying because in some regard, there is a reason why people do person with expression type thumbnails and why people do like semi-clickbait. Like my wife and I made in the game and it made millions. Like they could have just said, you know, oh, me and my wife made a game. But it's like arguably, it's a worse title, right? Like this is a better title. And that, I feel like that's the thing. Like I understand that a lot of people feel like it's a bit too much, but also like the reason it's common is often because it works, right? Because people actually do click on those videos. Does that make sense? It's the same thing with like, and like I understand that there is a line somewhere, like you do need to draw a line somewhere, there is a balance to it. But it's the same thing with like, a lot of people hate on the whole like call to action stuff, like telling people to like and subscribe, for example. But it's also kind of the same thing there, right? Like the reason people tell you to subscribe is because more people subscribe when you tell them to do so. Like if you don't tell them to subscribe, less people are going to subscribe. So like I get that it becomes annoying, and I can find that as well when it's like, oh yeah, this again. But then it's like, I also understand it because there is like data backing it up. Like people are much more likely to do something if they get a call to action on it. So as the creator, I understand like that type of viewpoint, but it's also very hard to not go into it because I like, so basically either I'm gonna make this a little bit more serious or whatever, and we'll try to not like fall into those common trends or whatever you want to call it. But I also know, like with a semi-big possibility, I'm hurting my content by not doing it. I'm making it so that less people are gonna click on it, or less people are gonna subscribe, or whatever it might be. We like to get told what to do. And look at US education, it's all about just getting told what to do. They can't think for themselves. Ouch. What's up, Pirogi? Yeah, but it depends on how they do it. Some content creators do it with a funny / make it a part of the video in a creative way, while others nag you about it. Yeah, no, that's what I meant as well. Like, I definitely don't deny the fact that there's still a line somewhere. Like, you can definitely take it too far. However, I also think that, like, a lot of the time, the reason why these kind of things are a reoccurring theme on places like YouTube is just because it works. Like, that, I think, because if it didn't work, people would have stopped doing it by now. Do you know what I mean? Look, even Hilfert, before, after, Red Arrow, he did that one as well. But yeah, like I mentioned before, Hilfert also has the advantage of having an absolutely beautiful game. Like, a shot like this, so this is Hilfert's a title thing, and then just a shot from the game. Like, with this game, I can't do a thumbnail like this. Just, my game just doesn't look good enough to be the full thumbnail, or whatever. Like, I feel like I kind of have to add something more. Same thing here, this also works quite well because it's a good shot from a game, right? Whereas, like, just doing a shot from this without all of the stuff, just doing this as my thumbnail is like, it's not gonna perform well. It just isn't. There's a debate in Poland which is 90% bullshit and 10% bullshit. Yeah, but yeah, to be clear, such that I definitely I do understand where you're coming from, and I do relate to it sometimes as well. There is like sometimes things do get a little bit too exaggerated. And even with like the hype of certain videos, like sometimes the intensity of like the like current trendy video editing can be like sometimes you just want to watch a chill video too. But it depends. It depends. I kind of like the arrow thing. I do think it's kind of the best I could do for this game, unless I'm gonna do a more personal one. Which is what I explained before, like... Okay, let me do this. So you guys can get more of an idea. But then obviously it becomes different, because now it would be more... It would put more of a focus on me, and I don't know if that's great, because I don't think if people don't know me, why are they gonna click on the video, kind of thing? Do you know what I mean? But let me do this. Give me just 1 second. Can I at least try it? Just to get an idea of what I was talking about. Boom, boom. But I think there's also the case that like this seems... I mean, this is a horrible shot. This is just to more like actually show the idea. Because these are like the other type of ones you get to see, but I think something like this would arguably perform a lot worse. Like if you just do something like this. I think that would be a lot worse to do in this type of thing. You look drunk as fuck, mate, do I? Maybe a little bit. I might have had a whiskey or two. I didn't. That was a joke. Another thing I find good is when you see a question in the thumbnail, then the title answer / play on the picture in the thumbnail. Yeah, I see what you mean. Just now, what I'm going for here, I suppose, is more like the I'm emphasizing, right? So basically, wait, let me, this was what I was gonna do before anyway. Let me find... this one. Because what I'm doing now with the thumbnail is that I am emphasizing, right? I mean, you can even see it here, to be honest. The title could have been something like how I made my first game as a beginner. And the zero experience is just like emphasizing the fact that I am a beginner, right? Which actually is similar to this video. I made a game using Godot for the first time. We emphasize this by saying trying Godot. Because the one thing I think is bad is like when you just reiterate, or reiterate maybe is the wrong term, because that might involve like rephrasing. What I think would be bad is to do something like how I made my first game as a title, and then the text on the thumbnail says my first game. That I think is completely unnecessary, because now I'm just repeating what my title says. It doesn't add anything else to it, right? And you could argue that this doesn't add much else, like you still have the same idea of what the video is. but at least it emphasizes this part, but in like a different wording, right? Just doing like, yeah, having my first game here, I think would be kind of unnecessary. Let me see how this would look with the new one. I missed if you showed this before, but I like it. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I think that title would be quite good. Holy shit, why am I so bad at this? Oh, did I do no fucking scaling? Or not, scaling is not what you call it. What you call it? Interpolation. That's what I was looking for. I'm 3 steps ahead, you know it. I saw this in my feed just now, hence I got to think about it. In the picture, how... Okay, in the picture, how bad is nuclear waste? Question mark. And it's titled, Nuclear waste is not the problem you've been made to believe it is. Yeah, I see what you mean. So this is like... It's basically formed in a question-answer type of way, right? I don't know what I would do here. How would you do something similar? What's up, Wolfeed? How you doing? Welcome in, man. What are you making today? I just finished the builds for my first ever game dev project, which I am currently in the process of making a devlog for. I'm like... I think I got the video like 95% edited, so hopefully it's coming out. I'm hoping to get it out tomorrow, actually. So we're currently playing around with some different like thumbnail ideas for the video. How you doing, Wolfeed? How was your weekend? Yeah, I find 0 experience and then how I made it similar. Yeah, because it still has some connection, right? Because obviously you can do a lot. You could say like, oh, it, you could do 70 hours later to more like connected to the actual image. Like this is how it started. This was like 70 hours later, or whatever you want to do. But I feel like also one of the kind of hooks of a video like this is the fact that it's a noob doing it, right? Like, Hillfoot's video here, this one I feel like you watch because he is making a sick game. Do you know what I mean? Whereas like, that, no one is gonna click on this video because the game is amazing. That's not gonna happen. I feel like the draw of a video like this is the fact to like just see someone who hasn't done this before and like see their... Or even relate to it if it's someone else who's trying to get into game dev. Or even... if it's someone who wants to be inspired by it, in the sense of like, could I really make a game? And then you see how, you know, how I made my game as a first beginner. It's like, oh, maybe it's possible, that kind of thing. Like, it kind of has a different draw in some regard. And like I said before, I think this arguably could be interesting for people who are more experienced as well, where it more becomes a, okay, let's laugh at the guy who doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, kind of thing. But yeah, once again, if anyone wants to make sure to catch the video when it comes out, like I said, hopefully tomorrow, make sure to subscribe to the main channel on YouTube. Switch sends in my ears. Views are views, yeah, that is true. Probably not gonna get these views, but... I feel like this should work. How long is the video? It is... just over 11 minutes, I think. Because I have the whole thing cut out now. I have a little bit of just like polishing to do, and I need to add a little bit of background music to certain parts. That is basically what I have left. But all of the actual like content stuff is like pieced together, and the narration is done and everything. So yeah, the length shouldn't really change. So it's gonna be like just above 10 or 11 minutes, which I think is a pretty good length for a video like this. It's not too short, but it's also not like a big commitment to watch it. You know what I mean? We'll see. I have no... This is my first time like venturing into the game dev stuff on YouTube. Other than, of course, like I do post my vlog, or not vlogs, my VODs to YouTube, right? But this is like my first proper like edited content for... that's in a game dev sphere, so it's gonna be interesting. I have no idea whether I'm doing stuff right or not, but I hope people are gonna enjoy it. That's the hope, at least. What do you think about the title thumbnail thing going on here, Wolfeat? The only thing I might say is still the fact that the right portion, I don't know how readable it is. Like, stuff is kinda small compared to what we did before with something like this, where it's bigger, right? Big tends to be good. But also here there's more happening, there's more motion, and it's a bit more clear that like, this is this, right? This is this. Like, there's more of a balance to both sides. Whereas here it's like, okay, we have something here, and it's hard to tell like how this is connected to this in some regard. This is a more direct... I was gonna say translation, that's not the word I'm looking for, but whatever you wanna call it. Interesting to see if it gets traction, yeah. I don't know, because there's definitely an argument that my current audience on YouTube might actually hurt the performance of this video. That's why I think I'm gonna check. I know you can do it with shorts. I'm pretty sure you can do it with full videos as well, to set it so that it doesn't notify your viewers when you release it. Because obviously I haven't done game dev stuff before. Most of my audience on YouTube is, on my main channel, is subscribed for like language content. So, you know, if they start watching this and then they're not interested and they stop after 1 minute, that would obviously hurt the viewer retention quite a bit. I think I might see if I can just like not notify my current subscribers of it. Depends on your game and video. I would only click on the zero experience one of those ones. Well, that's good feedback. Ilfitz is the worst in my opinion, you think so? I do like the whole before-after thing. I also think that, as I mentioned before, the good thing that he has going is the fact that his game is... like, the art of the game is so intriguing that I feel like that's almost enough to make it clickable. The only thing that... this is... oh yeah, this is actually something I mentioned before. The only thing, if I would give my honest feedback on this one, the only thing I don't like about it is the fact that we are repeating stuff. So... the title is like the same thing on the thumbnail, and I feel like this is a wasted opportunity to say something different. But I mean, he did get like 45,000 views or something on it, so, you know, it does seem to work. But I do also feel like this is more of one of those, it seems a little bit more serious, which I also think works for him. Because he does very like documentary style devlogs, like they're quite... they are quite like serious in some manner, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know if I'm using the correct term here, but I hope you get what I mean. Just like, this would be more similar to what he is doing, right? But I just feel like doing this is so much focus on... Like, 90% of the screen is just covered up by the game, and I feel like the game just isn't clickable enough for something like that. Where I feel like doing this kind of thing, I think would just be better. But maybe we should try one of these with the big one as well. This is the normal size. Times 2 would be... yeah, that would probably be good. We can try. Doing a bit of mixels here, but no one's gonna care. It's fine. It kind of melts into the background a bit, right? But now it feels like this circle represents the moon. That doesn't feel right. Oh, I know. Should do something like this. Let's just remove this part. We're just testing stuff out. Oh, what happened here? Pixel art base 2. With the background unfocused. Are you showing yourself in the video or only gameplay, commentary, etc.? It's all of it. I'm doing like it's gameplay, it's time lapses, it's flashbacks to clips of me making the game with like, you know, voiceover narration, but also also clips of me just talking about the process and stuff. It's a good mix, I would say. I actually think the video is pretty good. I'm quite happy with how it's turning out, but it's gonna be interesting to see how it's received, so to speak. I think less is more though. Too much stuff on the thumbnail and people won't see any of it. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too, which is why I wanted to try something like this as well. Just as also like, you have to keep in mind one of the, you know, innate things about thumbnails is that they tend to be viewed in a quite small manner, right? Where the thing I get scared about with this one, like, in this type of size, I don't mind it. I think this is pretty good. It shows clearly like, and the state connection, which I mentioned before, like, you have the falling objects and you have the one hunting them or whatever you want to call it. But like in a small format, I just feel like it's not as readable, where maybe something like this could be better. But I think I think I might try the YouTube like A/B testing thing. Like I mentioned, it's not something I used before, but it seems like a good system. So for anyone who doesn't know, basically on YouTube you can run multiple thumbnails at the same time, and then YouTube basically picks out the one that's, well, they decide which one is performing best, right? And that's the one you end up with. Which is something I mentioned before as well. I don't understand why Steam doesn't do something similar for, like... Imagine having something similar for capsule art on Steam. That would actually be pretty useful, to be able to just like test different thumbnails and see whichever one has the best click-through rate, that's the one you kind of end up with. Which is like, if I'm debating stuff like this is a pretty good spot where we could just use like both of these thumbnails and then let YouTube decide whichever one seems to be the best. I think 08 and 09 looks nice. So let's see, this one and this one. Yeah, I don't mind these either. The only thing is, like, when they're small, I'm not sure if these are as readable. But then this one doesn't say as much instead. Just shows, okay, this is the character. This is more, there's more action in this one, which I kinda like. I'm not sure showing the transition is something that would make it attract more. What's up, Code Red James with the raid? Welcome in, man. How are you doing? Welcome in, people. If you don't know me, I go by Madchirpy and I'm currently working on a point-and-click horror game. But today, we just finished up one of my first ever game dev projects and I'm testing out some thumbnail ideas currently. So let me know what you guys think, and if anyone is curious to see that video, it's hopefully coming out tomorrow on my main channel, so make sure to throw a little subscription there if you are interested. However, if you guys want to get more of an idea of what I usually work on, then here's a little teaser for my upcoming game. There we have it. Thank you so much for the raid, Conrad. Codrad, what have you been up to? Anything you want to show off? If anyone doesn't know, Codrad is the developer of Roadblight, a really sick Souls-like roguelite game. Probably my most played demo ever. I got like 30 plus hours in only his demo, so you know, it's a good demo. So if you haven't, definitely go and check out this game. It's sick. Make sure to wishlist, follow, all of that good stuff. Here's the link again, in case anyone missed it. This is what we are currently working with, considering maybe doing something like this. Maybe. Feel free to give feedback on what you guys think. I think I'm gonna try doing the A/B testing thing that you can do on YouTube. So maybe we upload like a couple variants. Devra, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Well, let me catch up, I missed something in chat here too. I'm not sure showing that transition is something that would make it attract more. Okay, yeah, you mean in terms of this one, right? As in, which is we show both of the objects or whatever. It did nothing for me, maybe it's different for non-devs. No, I do see what you mean. I don't think it's like super important. Is your progress your main hook for the dev video? That's an interesting question. I mean, I think the main hook, really, is kind of the title, right? Like the fact that it's someone who doesn't know what he's doing, making a game. So a lot of this is just showing my own struggle, trying to get my first game together, you know, that kind of thing. So, but I do suppose that is tied in with the progress as well, right? Because it's obviously the arc of the video is also the progression of the game, right? Maybe people don't look at all the details and the zero experience is the hook. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant as well. Like in some real, I think the biggest hook is the fact that it's someone making a game for the first time. But it's just hard when you don't have like a super... Like the game isn't all that, right? Like it's hard to get like a sick screenshot from this game for a thumbnail. I do think this like before and after kind of thing is the best we can do with it. I think, at least. So right now I'm kinda leaning towards maybe doing A/B testing with maybe these two. See which one performs best. What were you up to, Codrad? What were you working on today? You finished the boss the other day, didn't you? I think you said so. If you can choose different thumbnails, can you not throw in the U ones as well? Yeah, I could definitely. Just the thing is that you can upload... what? 3 different thumbnails, I think. So we could do something like maybe this one, and one version like this as well. Maybe something similar to this one. This is the one. Was it Runeson who called it a mustache competition? Actually funny. Just polishing map 3 today? Nice. Do you have like all of the enemies and stuff sorted now for that map? Is map 2 fully done? I would love a version where you held up your hand and having the character standing in it and you smiling at the camera. Dude, can I pull that? I don't know if I can pull that off, man. You mean like we do like a AR type of thing, like where I literally stand like this and I'm like holding the character? Ah, shit. I mean, it could be true. I don't know if I can pull it off. Maybe we should have more inspiration as well. Let's see what other people do. Maybe even something like my first game devlog might do more similar videos. So you do have this one by Judge Say. Okay, so this is him and then just a character. Made a game in Unreal. But this is the same thing. I feel like I can't really do... Like here it's the Unreal part that kind of sells this, right? Because it just looks dope with the graphics. Like I can't really do that with this game. This is pretty much what we're going for. Remaking my first game. 9.6 million, holy shit. Oh, that's his second video? Fuck me, dude. Good job. Is that his first game dev video as well? Why is this? Talk about making a video that will be making video. Okay, so it's still game dev related. Okay. Well, that's fucking impressive. Yeah, map 2 fully done. Map 3 is missing one basic enemy and... wait, one basic enemy and one basic enemy. So 2 basic enemies? 10% left. Holy shit. Wait, but is that like all you have left? Like basically before the game is like donezo? Like how close are you at the moment? First commercial game release. Red arrow all the time, you know. I think the red arrow is the cheat code. I actually think it is. What's up, Bit Casual? Hope you're doing well. Making your first game. Well, yet again here though, I feel like this is the kind of thumbnail. I think it works, but it's carried by good graphics. I can't do that. Finally released my first game devlog. 12,000 views. And that is his best performing video. Starting my time-based roguelike. It seems like he actually went for an illustration here, just the game looks like it's pixel art, right? So that's only a game character. But then also what sells this is also the 7 days to make a game. It's like the game jam type format. My first indie game performed on Steam, still a red arrow. I keep telling you, it's the arrow. The arrow is what it is about. Restarting my dream game. You see, this is what I mean. All of the ones that have a red arrow in them are performing significantly better than the ones without red arrows. I'm telling you, we found the cheat code. How to make a good, like, devlog thumbnail, have a red arrow in it. It's literally what you need. I keep telling you. Doing good, just finished the app bootstrapper feature for my API, so we can now create a super admin account the first time you run it, if you set the environment variables. Interesting. I understood like half of that, but it sounds cool. Good job, man. Could you make a white outline around the character and blur the background? Yeah. Also the yellow text, it stands out. Wait, is this the same one? Am I colorblind or are you colorblind? Is that not green? Wait, is it just my monitor maybe? No, you might be right. I think that might be the colors on this monitor. Because on my other one it looked yellow. Probably something I need to look into. Maybe that's a good point though. Maybe we should try something with more color. Like actually do some color in the text. Maybe, like we should also do like different colors. Like maybe 0. I don't know, I'm just trying stuff out here, but... Zero experience. Yay or nay? All you gotta know is I am the web developer god. Let's go, man. Super nay? Okay, Saxidat did not like it. Wow, this is a very sick one actually. Making my first open world game. Once again, nice graphics, and I think the open world part actually draws a lot of people in. I would imagine. Because it's like impressive. I don't mean that in like a... I don't know if my tone sounded weird that. I actually think it is impressive, just to be clear. Oh, we also do... Yeah, they're very similar. They do perform quite well. Also has quite a lot of subscribers. He definitely has a what you call it, like a theme for his thumbnails. But like I don't have the graphics to do this. That's the main thing. Maybe with Shroud of Gloom I could do more of that kind of stuff potentially, but I don't feel like I can with this game. white and better yellow. So what should be yellow? What should be white? Big yellow text on your why my game dev journey might surprise you with a big red arrow at your face tone. I think Subsidat would love that. That is exactly what Subsidat wants me to do, right? A better yellow. What's a better yellow? More vibrant? Do I have night light or whatever you call it on? Is that why my colors are all messed up? I do. Of course I can't see this shit. Wait, I still don't know how this works. Does this change stuff for you or is it only for me? Did this change for you? My camera might have, because I imagine my face gets a bit more lit up. But do you guys see this only for me? Okay, thank you. Oh, maybe that's why I thought it was green as well. I need to, whenever I work with colors, I need to remember to actually turn that shit off. This is so much more uncomfortable though, holy shit, night mode is so nice. Okay, I'll not do that. Oh shit, I had night mode as well. Turning off now, eyes hurting. It's so much more uncomfortable. Night mode is actually pog. It actually is. Any thoughts? Yellow is quite... Did I deserve it? Deserve in yellow. 4 days for yellow. Yeah, yellow is a very common game dev dream, yeah. Game dev long... there is a lot of yellow in here, to be honest. I think the only annoying thing is that when I have... I guess from that point of view, I think 0 is the one that should be yellow, because it's a little bit harder when you only have 2 words. It's kind of like having yes and no and only changing the color of them. You actually don't know which one is selected. Does anyone understand what I'm trying to say here? But what yellow tends to do, right, is to emphasize. And we shouldn't emphasize experience, right? We should emphasize 0. Like that's the thing we want to emphasize, right? Way better than last combo. Don't have experience white. Yeah, I think so as well. I was still trying to take inspirations. Kind of, yeah. Still just thinking about ideas here. What we could do. Yellow, light green. Did Jim just crash for me? It might have crashed. Okay, let's give it a minute. Made my first game in Godot in 3 weeks. Day 1, day 7. Thing is that it could have been nice to do something like that as well. Like the whole, like, oh, the starting point, end point. The only thing is that it's kind of hard because... Spoiler alert, I didn't make the entire game in one go. So it's hard to really say Like, I think maybe I worked on the game, like, 2 weeks or something, but it wasn't, like, 2 weeks, like, it wasn't structured in that way, so it's yeah, I don't know if I can do that kind of thing. Pops more than the other one. Oh yeah, I definitely think this is... Generally speaking, it seems like this would be a better thumbnail than this one. Just this one doesn't say very much in terms of the thumbnail, whereas this one has, like, we understand, okay, he started with nothing and he got to this cool FPS thing. I made a horror game in 24 hours. Yeah, we can't do something like that. 2015, today. Tried remaking my first game 9 years later. Theoretically, you could do something like this as well. Just like this is... Let's see, I made an RPG game in Roblox. This is not how Roblox looks, right? Like, this is an illustration of it. To be fair though, that requires me to actually draw something that looks good. Or hire someone who can draw something that looks good. By the way, I think this is a fairly good thumbnail. I don't really understand this side that much. Like, I don't fully understand what this is trying to emphasize here. But that could also be just because I'm not aware of how Roblox works. Maybe this is like a default block you start with in Roblox or something, maybe. I have no idea. But it's like very vibrant. It kind of grabs your attention in some regard, I suppose. I mean, I could try a second outline thing as well. But I actually think GIMP has crashed. Has it? I don't know what's going on here. Oh yeah, look at this. It's like broken here. Well, that's a bit unfortunate, especially since I don't know whether I had the time to save anything. Can I save from here? Control S? No. I think it's actually broken. Doesn't say that it's not responding, but it definitely isn't. What's up, Andreas? Welcome in. Sometimes there's no logic, just try random stuff and just works. Yeah, I mean, that is true. And a lot of the time I feel like with this kind of stuff, you can put so much thought into it, but then at the end, it's so fucking hard to predict what's gonna do well. Like, it's the same thing with like posting shorts and stuff. Like, I've found that every time I think a short is gonna do well, it doesn't. And anytime I post a short, I'm like, yeah, no one's gonna watch this one. Then it fucking pops off. And I'm like, how? Why can I not just like understand what is going to resonate with people? But it's fucking difficult, man. And yeah, welcome in. I hope you're doing good, Andreas. Nice to have ya. Yeah, don't get too cheesy in the wording though, yeah. This is a template you get for Roblox Studio, the spawn on large play thing. Okay. Yeah, so then it made sense, then I understand it. So I think the reason I didn't get that thumbnail fully is just because I don't know how Roblox works. But yeah, then I would say that's a really good thumbnail. Imagine that handheld out and I finally completed my first game or similar. I don't need a thumbnail, throws whatever quickly, boom, yeah. I think we're gonna try the A/B testing. I'm kinda curious to see if we upload like a few different ones. It's gonna actually be interesting to see which one YouTube determines to be the best one or whatever. Because I bet it's gonna be similar, or it's not gonna be the one I think it is. Like, it's gonna be... The one I least expect to do well is definitely the one that's gonna do best. Every fucking time. Just part of the fun, you never know what will pop off. Yeah, I mean, no, that is true. Yeah. We'll see, it's gonna be interesting to see how well the video performs. Hey Andreas! Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate ya. My first game, Unity Indie Game Devlog 0. This is very good in terms of like showing the prototype. It works better in 3D, to be honest. But it also feels a little bit weird trying to do this in 3D and then like the game is obviously 2D. I don't know about the blurring though. Like I understand, I think it's like we blur this to kind of not fully give away what it looks like, but I feel like you can kinda get a pretty good idea anyway. Oh, that video... Oh, it's his first video, okay. Oh, man's kinda popping off. 600,000 views, 700. Intentional bugs. I made a speedrunning game with intentional bugs. Kinda interesting. This is a kind of cool idea for the before and after thing as well. Actually just having one object. Didn't do very well, but I kind of liked the thumbnail. Which is interesting, like this one did a lot better, I would say. But to be fair, it should also just be the content, right? Like, I mean, Mario by your Goomba, maybe that's more clickable, I don't know. I mean, I would have probably clicked on this video instead. What do you think of one super symbol with your face and the character and plain background? Like this game theory, I made Markiplier. Game theory, I made Markiplier's perfect Pokemon, Markiplier Smash or Pass. Oh wait, is that a reference to a thumbnail? Is that what you're doing? Wait, are you referencing your video with a thumbnail? One super simple, your face and the character and plain background. Okay. Please load the thumbnail. Ah, fuck you. Oh wait, is it this one? I mean, maybe doing the full game China thing, maybe. But I actually need to turn off GIMP because that shit has fully crashed. What is going on, man? What are you up to, GIMP? How am I supposed to make thumbnails when you're dead? I think maybe doing more like one of these where we have maybe more of the background and stuff. Instead of, because this one's kind of weird with him just, it just is not clear enough that he's jumping. I feel like that animation isn't good enough. But like this also looks a bit weird because it's harder to kind of tell what's going on, I suppose. Maybe doing it a little bit less zoomed in, have more of like the full game, maybe? Kind of thing? Should try. So maybe we do one like that. Potentially something like these two. Maybe with the yellow text thing. Can I open GIMP? Hello. Don't even have the process running. Background process. Okay, let's end this. Thank you. There we go. Here we got some ads coming up in about 1 minute for the non-subscribers. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate ya. Let's see how much work we lost. I think we might have lost like all of it. Scheiße. I wouldn't go with a white background though. No, I was more thinking if maybe we should do the actual game background. Or your game blurred. It's up to destroy hours of work? Yeah, feels like it. Or maybe like a wireframe transition to a fully shaded game with your face also. Wait. Like a wireframe transition to a fully shaded game. The only issue there is that I don't have a fully shaded game, right? Like this is how the actual game looks like. So we don't want to like oversell it either. I'm turning on night mode again, saving my eyes. Yeah, I get you, man. How long have you been talking about thumbnails? That's a good question. Maybe like 2 hours or something, potentially. Thumbnail master. Oh, okay. Unreal. Nah, it's dedication is what I would like to call it. Should probably get off soon though. I do need to work on the actual video as well. Like I say, it is mostly done, but I would kinda like to publish it tomorrow. You can only do 3 for A/B testing on YouTube, right? I'm pretty sure that's the case. YouTube thumbnail testing. Yeah, you can compare the performance of up to 3 YouTube thumbnails to get an insight that help with your content strategy. The winning results may take a few days or up to 2 weeks to be finalized. When the results are ready, they will be available in your YouTube studio. You may then choose to use the winning thumbnail or rerun a new test. Following factors will affect the time that it takes to receive the results. Diversity. The more they differ, the likelier your test will finish faster. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's gonna be most likely a bigger difference in the performance the more different the thumbnails are, right? Which might be an argument to why we should have quite different thumbnails to begin with. The more thumbnail impressions that your video receives, the likelier your test will finish faster. Basically, okay, the more it pops off, the quicker it will go. That makes sense. Now it's Unity, actually. Ah, good one. Or the zero experience part can be hand-drawn, like shakingly, like a sketch. Now looks so good for a plan. Let's create more drama. Just kidding, but maybe. Okay, maybe we should try one... I could even do with like in-game UI and shit. Is that good? I don't know. Nah. Sorry for the flashbang. Can I... Yeah, we can scale it like this. Okay. Boom, 1920. Well, 1080. Then interpolation, none. That didn't work very well now, did it? Oh, just I'm scaling the wrong way, of course. Why is that preset? I don't understand. Let's connect these, and then we do 1920. Oh, shite, wait. We have an issue. I need to actually only select the image for this to scale properly. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I feel like I might flip this though. But now I think, no, this is not gonna work, right? This is gonna be too small. Well, this is gonna look like shit. It's not gonna be readable. Is it? Maybe? I don't know. We can still throw it out just as a test. No, there's no way this is gonna be good. Oh, whoops. No, thank you, interpolation. I would like to not have you, if I may. None, thank you very much. Just like, this is just not readable enough, right? Like, in a small way, you can't tell anything about the game, other than maybe it being like a kind of retro-looking one. Maybe make the character bigger just for the drama effect. Yeah, that's why I think here the issue is that everything becomes too small. I think that kinda is the issue. So what you potentially could do is something like crop to content. What is 4K resolution again? What the fuck? Nope. Nope. Can I not type? There we go. Oh, we have scaling. None, thank you very much. That looks crisp. But what if people made fun of me for having a smaller mustache now? What am I gonna do? That would be the end of me. You can cut out the character, enhance it, and place an outline. That is true. Maybe make it pop even more. That's good. You like this? Ah, shite. Wait, before I did that, try this. That's way too much. I'm just testing stuff out. Any thoughts? You can also try aligning the 0 with experience to the right, so... Oh, to the left. Okay, I'm just gonna try this in a cheeky way first. Yeah, maybe. Oh shit, I can't move the character to the right here. Perfect. No one's gonna be able to tell. Yeah. Oh, the other right. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. You said it right, you did. You actually did. Oh, well, that's easier. No, wait. Shit. Well, here's that I move myself as well. More maybe centered. But do we need a little pastel de nata in here as well, maybe? Also might move your face a bit closer to the text, so both the text and the face would land nicely on the thirds of the image. I suppose another thing, you should try to basically keep this spacing on that side as well. Okay. I don't want to do this. I also kind of wonder if it's not better to do a background like this. Because the character is gonna stand out a lot more. He kinda... Because here he would be more against the darker colors, right? I think that might be better. Golden ratio height for your face. I don't think I know what that is. What's the golden ratio height? Oh wait, is this upscaled? It is. And the moon is probably not going to be visible anyway. Zero experience. That would be cover though, wouldn't it? It would. It is taking up about 62% of the total height. So wait, for my... Wait, you said for my face. So 62 would be like... ish. So wait, should I be lowered? Is that what you're saying? I don't even know that and I'm a graphic designer. Damn. Yeah, in general you want to get the proportions right. Dividing or multiplying from 0.6 usually is the trick. Like if you want two elements to look super proportional next to each other. Those trails are fire. Cheers, man. For me it works as is. But what did you mean, Wolfate? This would be like 62%-ish. So, wait, you said for my face, like, because now I would assume that like the center of my face is, but do you mean that I should be lower, like I should only take up 62%, or just out of curiosity? I mean, wait, I guess I should lower this one even more, right? We should put it like here. Which means we might be able to decenter him a little bit. We focus that like this portion is centered. I'm like here, we have some text here. Ish. Okay, yeah, the golden ratio will put you down there. Let's try that version and see if that works. If not, change it to whatever, yeah. But I think this background would do better, right? I feel like the contrast is much better. And then maybe we can fake this a little bit as well. Technically not something I have in the game, but we could pretend like we have a bit of shadows in the game. Why not? Things tend to look a lot better when you have a shadow. No one is gonna know. No one is gonna know. You guys definitely ain't gonna tell no one, right? It does look a lot better with a shadow. It does look a lot better. The drama is increasing. Maybe. Indeed. Wait, didn't you go to bed, J-Shark? I kinda like this so far. Let's try it. Wait, let's see. Is this gonna fit well? We do like 0 variance. I don't know if I can... Doesn't make as much sense if I push this one down too much. What? It might work. Yeah, let's try this. Do I still want to do a border? Maybe not. Okay, so I think this is the same size as before, right? So we need to do 1200% scaling, I think. Pixel base 3 or something. Yeah, I think this would be a much better background. Couldn't hear you, my headphones fell off, no worries. Didn't you go to bed? Or am I misremembering? Am I mixing up people? Who went to bed? Someone went to bed. I might be... I don't know. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. Cubic, maybe? I never remember which one is the default. Should also try, this is not something I always do, but might as well try stuff. Oh, that's way too big. I don't know. Oh, it's still 5 PM here, just need a reboot, you know, no worries. I did, but I couldn't sleep, so okay, fair enough. Need a picture of you in a T-Rex costume for the thumbnail? That would be something. Text. What's up, Somnolent Potato? How you doing? I hate how difficult it is to add strokes in GIMP. That is like the one thing I actually really miss from Photoshop. Yeah, same slide trial. It's like 3 different actions each time I want to add a stroke. It's so fucking annoying. Whereas in Photoshop, you know, it would be like 1 click, boom, you have a stroke. Same thing in a sprite as well. Otherwise, I would say that GIMP actually holds up really well to Photoshop overall. But the outline thing, I just don't understand why it's not easier to make an outline or a stroke or whatever you want to call it. Any thoughts so far? Dude, it's so annoying that I lost that fucking... that GIMP crashed. So this is how you make a stroke in GIMP. In Photoshop you click like 2 buttons, you click like effects and then you check stroke and you're basically done. In GIMP what I have to do, I have the thing I want an outline for, and then I have to select, no, I have to go layer, transparency, alpha to selection, that didn't work because I was on the wrong layer, so now I have to reselect the layer, go layer, transparency, alpha to selection to select this. I then have to make a new layer behind on this one, and then we go select. I want to select a border around this. We want a border of 10 pixels, okay. And now we are going to fill this one in. And then, if we want to add an extra one, we have to do the whole fucking thing all over again. Is that not outrageous? Unless I'm missing something and there is an easier way to do it, but this is the only way I know how to do it. Then you select border, we do like 8 pixels, because white always looks thicker than red does. We make yet another layer. Then boom, boom. Then you realize you forgot to change the color, so we go here, boom, 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 boom. And then you realize that the black border should have been bigger, so now you have to do it all fucking over again. Do you know what I mean? It's actually mad. For the latest version, if anything, I might increase the brightness / contrast of the character. Let's say for this one. Yeah, I do suppose maybe he does blend in a little bit. I actually think it's outrageous how many steps you have to take to make one of these outlines. That looks pretty nice. Okay, wait, I'm gonna save this project as well. Perfect. Just in case it fucking crashes again. Version 3 or something.
Don't forget to save.
Exactly. That's actually a very good idea. Thank you, Strom. Let's see, this would be 011. This would be Thumbo 1.3. Yeah, dude, the contrast is so much better though, isn't it? This compared to this. Getting more of that dark background in here and stuff actually made a huge difference. Now when you squint your eyes and look at the text and face, it stands out the most, along with the fall anything. Yeah, I see what you mean. So what if we just add a stroke to the character? I do kind of like the new ones though. I do think these are the ones I prefer the most. I do think the little yellow bit is actually pretty good. Question is though, if we should have one of these like before after but with a bigger image, more similar to this. Because if we're gonna do the A/B testing thing, we can upload 3 thumbnails to YouTube, right? So if we're gonna do it, I feel like we might as well try to do 3 different ones. I don't know if we should maybe add one that's even more different if that's the case. I don't know. I don't really have that many more ideas for how we could do these thumbnails. I mean, I suppose the last one, but no. Because the thing about just having, like, not having the game, just doing me and like, ooh, I made a game or whatever it might be. Like, when we were looking at devlogs and stuff, there was basically not a single one that had that type of thing. So if no one else is doing it, it might be because it's a hidden gem, but most likely it's because it just doesn't work as well. I mean, to be fair, this is kind of similar though. Or is that game in the background? Oh, it actually is. Holy shit, that's gorgeous. Fuck me, dude. Okay. Anyway. But yeah, there really is like... It doesn't really seem like no one else is doing that type of thing, so I don't think that's what we should go for. Oh, this is an interesting one. So they're doing kind of similar format, but not before and after. 7 games, 1 year, boom. Suppose for the latest phase 1, should add the outline to the character, and there would be some special version, outlines all the way version. The other one character can be bigger for more wow, and it would be super solid. Ziki, thank you very much for the follow, appreciate ya. Yeah, just I think the only thing I would say is kind of subpar about this one is the fact that you, like, as a very small thumbnail, I feel like this is a bit too hard to read. Could actually also be because if we did something similar with the background, we removed the like fence part, it would probably make the character stand out a little bit more. Which I think maybe, as we were saying, maybe we should do anyway. I don't know, I feel like a white outline might be a bit too much. Like, I kind of fear that doing a white outline is gonna make him seem like a sticker. But even just having black would make him pop quite a bit. Perhaps, but for a thumbnail, does it matter? Maybe not, that is fair, I suppose. We definitely don't want outlines on everything, though. Is art at the end of the day, let's have fun, fuck the rules, whatever. I suppose that is true. What happened to my music, eh? He said fuck it, yeah. Maybe you don't really need an outline. Like, that one is pretty visible anyway, I suppose. Maybe that's a bit much. Oh, fuck it. If we're gonna do an outline on everything, why not? I cannot move stuff here? Okay. Did my music stop again? Yeah, it does pop a lot more, that is certain. Yeah, it might be better. So, currently... I would say... it's between these two. Those are probably the ones I like the most so far. So the question is, can we come up with one more? Just so that we can get... we can do testing with all 3 slots that you can. I mean, we don't have to... if we can't come up with another one that seems as good, then it's completely unnecessary, but... Dude, this shit is so good, holy shit. What is this? Cheese rings with chili cheese flavor. Holy shit, mad addictive. I think I need to stop buying them. I'm gonna get big otherwise. Just checking how they look on my other monitors. Depending on the monitor, it can have a big difference. Your face with your mouth open, the character and the flying objects are inside or flying out of your mouth? No. Now we're going too far here. Art does have limits. Is maybe... Or maybe what we do is just add the outline to this one as well. Actually, we just fucking flip the image, don't we? Wait, do I... Oh, wait. Ooh, I just realized A-Sprite never crashed. How do I want to do this? Let's open... this one. Then... What's this? 12 by 12, I suppose. Sprite size, we're gonna do 160 by 90, yes indeed. Copy all of this. Would connect nice with the white block pattern. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, we do have more like, I suppose, symmetry in like the white colors. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Don't do anything bad now. Thank you. I don't have the arrow here. Why, you know, let me select this. I don't love that, but let me just try it. Anyways, it was nice watching the stream, but gotta go. Good luck with the thumbnails, you pretty much nailed them. Thank you very much, Andres, and thank you for the help as well. And yeah, I'll see you next time. Thanks for dropping by, man. Yeah, I think this is much better. I think it is. It does pop a lot more, right? Maybe this is it. Maybe we just do A/B testing with these two. I feel like I'm quite satisfied with both. Satisfied enough, at least. I don't love the position of the arrow here, but I guess if I push this one up here, the pastry, I could position the arrow a bit better. Yeah, basically move it more like how it was before. Because I think that was better. Because this looks like 0 is pointing at experience, which I don't like.
Cheers.
Ooh. Cheers, Strom. Also, Strom, you're gonna get a little bit of a shout out in this upcoming devlog. Spoiler alert. To be fair, it's not. It's every supporter. I will give a little shout out to basically every supporter. Might as well show some extra appreciation, you know. Is this the one? No. This is the one. I think this is gonna be a lot better. Yeah, it feels so much more like symmetrical and stuff. It's not as clear that he's chasing this one, but I still think it's better. I suppose maybe I could have pushed it a little bit more to the left. I think I am pretty satisfied with these. Yeah, I like him. I think we're gonna try these two and see whatever one YouTube picks for us. We got all the builds up. I think that might be it, ladies and gentlemen. I think I need to get going and actually edit this video so it's donezo, so we can actually post it, hopefully tomorrow. Outline around you are narrower than the other, you want that? Ooh, that might be true. Yeah, there is a slight difference, right? Both of these have... Those are actually relatively close. Mine's quite a lot. Yeah, I might change that. Good eye there, Wolfit. Yeah, I might increase that one a little bit to make it a bit more even. But yeah, no matter what, I think I'm gonna end it here so I can get this video finished. So, you know what? My only call to action today is go and subscribe to the main channel on YouTube. Hopefully the video will come out tomorrow, but for now, please stick around and let's see if we can find someone to throw a little raid at. One call to action? Fuck that, you know. Also, join the Discord if you want to. Join the community, we have like 150 members or something. So if you're not there, then join it. Also, of course, wishlist my game, because it's on Steam. One call to action, that's outrageous. Okay, who should we go over to? Let's go to... Let's go to Just Trevino. Yet another fellow game developer. So yeah, like always, thank you all so much for watching, I really do appreciate it. I know that today was a little bit of a different stream. I mean, I suppose we did some game developments to start off, but we also spent a lot of time on these thumbnails and stuff. But, you know, I don't want to edit on stream, but I still wanted to stream today, so we basically did whatever we could to progress with the release of this video. I'm actually very excited, I hope you guys are too. I hope you're gonna end up liking the video. There has been quite a lot of work to get this one finished. It's been a long time in the making, but we'll see. I hope you guys like it, so please check it out when it releases. I will notify you guys on the Discord and everything. And yeah, I will be back on Wednesday, and we'll continue then. So let's jump over to Just Trevino, throw that little chirpy raid message in the chat, and once again, thank you all so much for watching, I really do appreciate it, and yeah, have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. Cheers.